Bonsoir tout le monde. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our regular council meeting of June 21st, 2021. I'll begin the meeting with roll call, please.
Michael Ternosky, présent.
André Brisson, présent.
Jamie Lauren here.
Cindy Saucier here.
Perfect, thank you very much. Puis notre greffière, Madame Cameron Laflamme.
Oui, Monsieur le maire, je suis ici.
Parfait, merci beaucoup. Item 2 et 3, la prière puis l'hymne national, on ne le fait pas quand on est virtuel. Item 4, additions, deletions, or amendments. I have, I believe, a couple under 18A. Myself, in regards to a request for half loads received from Emblem Co-op. And I believe Councillor Ternosky.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if I can add a council item around park naming direction.
Okay, so that will be under 18B. Councillor Larin.
Yeah, I'd just like to have another discussion on the no engine brakes in residential, in the village or in residential areas.
Okay, so I believe they're called J brakes. Is that the proper term?
All the signs that I've seen across Eastern Ontario say engine brakes.
Engine brakes. Okay, so we'll say engine brakes.
Air brakes, I think the other term, but no, engine brakes are.
Okay, so that'll be 18C. Any other members of council? No? Okay. So,
Oui, moi.
Oui, conseiller Brisson.
Oui, juste une activité du Club Optimiste à souligner.
Okay. Club Optimist event. Okay, perfect. So then we'll move on to item 5, adoption of the agenda. Motion to approve the agenda as amended. I need a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Conseiller Brisson, Conseiller Larin, seconded by Councillor Ternosky. Call for the vote.
Mike Ternosky, oui.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Saucier, yes.
Parfait, merci beaucoup. Item 6, déclaration d'intérêt pécuniaire. Hearing, Conseiller Brisson.
Juste mentionner, j'ai pas d'un conflit, même s'il y a une apparence, parce que j'appartiens à une maison, c'est la rue Moisson, là, mais ça n'affecte pas le trottoir. Okay. Es-tu gelé?
Pierre gelé.
Ok, c'est ça, je pensais. Okay.
I guess he got knocked out by the winds.
Must be coming back. Technical problem.
Okay.
Ah, okay.
You were frozen this whole time, eh?
Can you guys hear me at all?
Wait.
Now you just came back, but you were frozen this whole time, whatever you were saying.
Okay. Like you guys were perfect on my end. I had no issues whatsoever.
No.
Okay. So, sorry. So I was just reading off the minutes for adoption of the minutes. Motion to approve the following minutes as presented. Need a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Ternosky.
On n'a pas accepté l'ordre du jour encore.
L'ordre du jour? Oui, on l'a accepté. On est rendu à numéro 7. So Councillor Ternosky is a mover and a seconder. I have.
Can I have a question on one of the minutes for the Environment Committee?
Sure.
You have to pull it, I guess.
No, you can just ask your question.
Okay, it was just that it had read that the Environment Committee had, there was a contest and maybe the Parks and Rec also worked on that, but it was actually the Environment Committee had brought that up about Earth Day and cleaning up parks and adopting roadways. I think I announced it at a council meeting also. And so it just said that Parks and Rec had worked on that.
So can you just clarify whereabouts in the minutes, Councillor Saucier? Are we talking about the 7th or the 8th?
There was only one Environment Committee meeting.
Oh,
Okay.
I think she's referring to the consent items then.
Okay, right now we're at item 7.
Oh, I'm sorry. Je m'excuse. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, parfait.
All right, so item 7, adoption of the minutes. We have a mover and a seconder. I'll call for the
Don't
vote.
have the seconder, Mr. Mayor. I have Michael Tarnowski as a mover.
Okay, Conseiller Laurent will be the seconder. I'll call for the
Thank
vote.
you.
Michael Tarnowski, oui.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Stossy, yes.
Perfect, thank you very much. We will move on. Item 8, presentations, we have none. Item 9, delegations. Delegation, Save the Russell Library campaign. Madame, I'm not sure, Madame Roy, Madame Camré-Laflamme, who do we have this evening with us? And are they present?
Yes, we should have Cynthia on her telephone right now.
Okay, Cynthia, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly.
Okay. Unfortunately, we had some electronic difficulties, and so I can't see you. So I'm just going to have to trust that my slides are being changed. Although, just a second here. I'm just if you just bear with me, and maybe if I can view the meeting just through the public site.
If you do that, it might create some feedback.
Okay.
But I believe
right.
our staff are putting up the slide right now.
All right. Thank you. Okay. So do we have my cover slide on the screen?
That's correct.
Okay. Thanks. So first, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to make this presentation. I represent the team of 8 dedicated women that launched the Save the Russell Library campaign, and I believe they are here with me somewhere. Next slide, please. In the context that it is a consideration that one library could serve the entire township of Russell, the intent of the campaign was to be proactive and informative so that the perspectives of township residents could be taken into account early as planning for the recreation complex proceeds. Next slide, please. The campaign was multifaceted with a focus on an online form whereby residents could record their endorsement. During COVID, we didn't feel it would be responsible to undertake a paper petition, and we do hope that our process will be deemed a legitimate compilation of the views of many township residents. We carefully curated the list to ensure there are no duplicates, and all respondents are indeed residents of the township of Russell. Next slide, please. So I confidently state that 1,063 township residents registered their support for the following. As a resident of the township of Russell, I call upon the library board and council to 1, not amalgamate the township of Russell public library branches into one location to serve the entire township, and 2, maintain the current location of the Russell branch and establish a new suitable location for the Emburn branch. Next slide, please. On this slide and in the report, you will find many testimonials that I hope you will take the time to read. They offer qualitative information that helps make real why our supporters are so passionate about the Russell Library. Numbers are important, but this input also validates our rationale for keeping the Russell Library. Next slide, please. What has been reinforced by the campaign is that the Russell Library is a cherished community hub, one of only a very few in the village of Russell. The building was purposely built to be a library, and it offers a beautiful and welcoming environment. Community volunteers consistently enhance the exterior, one example being the children's reading garden. The ideal location of the Russell Library means optimal accessibility for residents by walking and cycling, underlined by its proximity to all 5 schools in Russell and the new residential developments that surround the core of the village. The Russell Library offers a multitude of services for residents of all demographics and economic circumstances, some of whom driving to a site would not be a viable option. Caregivers walk with their little charges to the preschool programs, and seniors walk to the library to pick up books and for the social contact with wonderful staff. The library is a safe haven for youth in our community. Other residents use the library to obtain government services take advantage of the free Wi-Fi, or simply to cool off during heat spells. Next slide, please. The library is a space where all are welcome to drop in. One doesn't need an appointment or have signed up for a specific activity. The Russell Library is the only township service in the village of Russell with regular open hours. Current urban design concepts stress the importance of applying a neighborhood lens to planning, and libraries are highlighted as integral to vibrant, socially connected neighborhoods. While it makes sense that some municipal services are delivered centrally, library service goals are best achieved with a decentralized delivery model. Russell Township has a long history of 2 libraries, not competing, but administered by one body and delivering many collaborative programs that are very appreciated. Next slide, please. Maintaining the Russell Library aligns with Township's stated goals in its official plan 2018, which emphasizes developing the village cores, ensuring opportunities to walk and cycle to facilities, and minimizing negative impacts to climate change. Next slide, please. So on behalf of the 1,063 residents that endorsed the Save the Russell Library campaign, Council is asked to make a clear statement that the current Russell Library branch will be maintained and will not be replaced by one amalgamated library for the entire township. We hope you will accept the Save the Library campaign as described in our comprehensive report as a significant exercise in community engagement, and that it will contribute in a substantive and beneficial way to your planning for the recreation complex, specifically the library component. Next slide, please. Okay, that said, I welcome any questions, and I'm not sure if my team can help me out with this format, but we all bring different skills and backgrounds to the project.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Cynthia, for your presentation. And I'll say I appreciate very much that you were able to get your group together and do this incredible analysis, if you will, of information that you received. I think that's very important while we move forward with discussions and community engagement in the future. It's nice to know that there's a lot of engagement, and I'm looking forward to having those discussions. I'll open the floor, members of council, if you have any questions. Councillor Saucier.
It's not really a question. It was just more of a comment. I just wanted to also thank the group for all the work they've done on this project. They also presented to the library board the other evening, and as we explained, we're not a deciding factor on issues, but it's just, I don't know if any of you noticed, but Connie Johnson had posted a picture just recently, and we've had a library in the village core since the early 1800s. So I thought that was kind of interesting. And as a user of the library, I also value it very much. I'm in many groups that are held in the library, and I agree with you 100% on the staff. And also when I worked at KinderCare, we walked to the library every week, and there is no way we could have bused the children to any other location. It just wouldn't have been possible financially. So it was well utilized. It is well utilized, and I thank you for all your work on this. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other members of council? Councillor Tarnowski.
So first of all, I'm going to echo Councillor Saucier's comments around the congratulations. I love grassroots movements when it comes to the community. It's great to see people come together, and it's amazing what could be accomplished when it comes really from the community as a whole. So congratulations on the efforts and all the work that went into doing that. It's definitely appreciated. As a member on the library board as well, it's great to see the support. So thank you for that. Having said that, I do have a question or a point to make pertaining to this process, and it's really more making it to be 100% transparent, and perhaps you can help me answer it. So throughout the entire report and in the questions or the question that was asked of residents that signed the petition, at no point was there ever any discussion about costs. And that's okay, but in our positions here at council, we are always required to kind of look at cost versus service value versus service level that are being offered to our residents. At the end of it all, like, we're at council responsible in ensuring the best possible value and service for all the residents. So at some point in discussions around the complex that we're going to be having here in the very near future, there'll be questions around costs. There'll be questions around value for any of the services that we're providing to the residents. So since if I look at the typical budget of the libraries for Russell, about 75% of the costs are attributed to, in having two libraries, to staffing costs. So at some point, I suspect that we're gonna be faced with questions saying, look, we can save $100,000 to $200,000 per year with just one library. So if that question comes to us and we say, look, by saving this $200,000, we can offer better services in one library, more space, more hours of operation, and so on. Do you, as a community group, feel comfortable in saying that, like, for us, about $200,000 represents 1% to 2% of taxes, roughly? So, would you, as a resident or as an organization representing these residents, feel comfortable that tax rates would go up to maintain those two libraries? And it's not because I want to push for one or the other. It's really not that at all. I just want to be very transparent with the decisions that we're going to be faced with, and I just want to know if there is support from the community around that. So paying a little bit more to have that service, or having an opportunity to save money and have better services or more services, i.e. more opening hours, a larger library with more space, and so on. So I guess it's a question I'm asking as someone who's representing the community.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Tarnowski. Cynthia?
Okay. Well, thank you. You bring up some very valid points. And no, we did not investigate costs nor address the kind of issues that you're speaking of, in part because it's a bit abstract, and also we didn't have access to that kind of information. I think I would like to point out that if there were some potential challenges with an online campaign, and I believe if we had had the opportunity to go door to door, we would have probably have a longer list of supporters. We would have been able to discuss in more detail those kinds of issues. Personally, yes, I would be willing to pay more. But I think what I'd like to point out is I believe it would be challenging to demonstrate how a larger central library would indeed provide better services than what we clearly enjoy now. It would not contribute in the same way to the quality of life in our village. And I would expect with the burgeoning populations in both Russell and Embrun, two locations would be very well used. As I've already noted, the libraries offer collaborative programs, so all township residents could use both libraries. And as we currently do, or I certainly did myself, but with two branches, we still maintain a community-based approach to core services. I appreciate that council has many challenging decisions ahead as planning for the recreation complex proceeds. And we certainly understand that numbers and statistics are important to make these decisions. But just as significant, I believe, is information that comes from an emotional response and real lived experiences. You'll find much of that qualitative content in our report, testimonials, other research, and I'd refer you to the birthday message in Annex 3, written by our team member, Linda Kemp. So I hope this information is also given appropriate weight as you move forward.
Okay, thank you very much, Cynthia. Councillor Lorrain, Conseiller Brisson, and then follow up Councillor Tarnowski.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Again, echo the same sentiments on the presentation. I thought it was very well thought out. Couple of points just on where I am on this. Obviously, we're having the discussion. So, I mean, I think I've been through these discussions back in, if I'm not mistaken, 2008, 2009, when the council at the time had decided to move to a non-centralized situation, and thus applying for the grant that enabled us to put the Russell Library in place. So that decision to me was made back then. I know there was a reversal of a decision in the next council on terms of the expansion of the Emblem Library in town hall, which again I wasn't in favor of, and moving it into the school, knowing that this day was going to come again where we'd have to put monies aside for a new library. So in Emblem. And then just more recently, when we had a discussion on the complex, ensuring that the wording of Emblem Library Branch was stated for the project. So to me, I think that there should be the two locations. Might have to see an extremely compelling argument on the other side, but I mean, like I've said before, the Russell Library to me is the staple, and it should remain. So I thank you for your presentation, and I appreciate all the work efforts that were put in. So thank you.
Thank you, Conseiller Lorrain. Conseiller Brisson?
Yeah, it was just to also mention that I'm a huge supporter of the Russell Library, where it is situated right in the middle of town, and having all that the people that gather all at that place. So just to reassure you that whenever there was talk about library at the new rec, that in my view, as Councillor Lorrain said, it will need a real huge argument to have it all central, because I really like, as I was saying, the one in Russell, to have it, as it was stated in your presentation, it's close to the people, and that's what we want, that the people are able to walk, to bike to those locations, to be able to enjoy and learn from it. So again, thank you for your presentation and that support, and hope the best.
Thank you. Follow-up, Councillor Tarnowski?
Thank you. And the follow-up was really just a response to Cynthia's answer to my question. So I just wanted to thank you for the response. And again, the reasoning behind my questioning was not that I'm in favor of having only one branch or anything like that. I just wanted to make sure that it was publicly stated what we are going to be asked, what kind of questions we're going to be asked, and what kind of decisions we're going to be making. And it was important for me to know that you as a group supported that, the fact that those are going to maybe not be the most efficient way of doing it in terms of a cost perspective, but that value in the community is important enough to warrant that extra cost. And I'm quite comfortable with your answer, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tarnowski. Any other questions, comments, members of council? No. From my perspective, Cynthia, as I mentioned, thank you very much for the presentation. I believe that the chair of the library board and the acting CAO of the library board were invited to be here. I'm not sure if they're here. While the library board is not the decision makers on this file, they are a source of information. So I would expect that the library board is doing a lot of research and will actually be making a recommendation to council on how to proceed. I know that it is a very emotional subject, but as Councillor Tarnowski stated, you know, we do have to answer to everybody in the township, and we cannot simply ignore other factors and just base decisions on emotions. So from my perspective, I'm looking forward to having the information presented by administration and presented from the library board to validate all this information you've presented. And I'm looking forward to having citizen engagement. For me, I really want to be able to have those conversations face to face. You know, we're getting towards the end of COVID. We're going to be able to start having more face-to-face meetings and town hall type meetings. So I'm expecting that we're going to move that route later on this year. But I thank you very much for your presentation. It was very well done. I congratulate you. we look forward to continuing the process.
All right, thank you very much.
All right.
It's encouraging to hear all the support. Okay. Goodbye.
Have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda, prochain item sur l'agenda, c'est 10 consent items. Motion that all items listed under consent items be received as presented. We have item A, the flag raising request for Pride flag. B, minutes of the Environmental Advisory Committee of April 7th, 2021. Item C, minutes of the Police Village of Russell, April 1st, 2021. Item D, minutes of the Community Diversity, Equity and Inclusion Committee of April 12th, 2021. And item E, Payless, May 2021. Questions before we call for the vote? Any questions, Councillor Associate?
Yeah,
Mr. Mayor, we need a mover seconder first.
Sorry, mover and a seconder put on table, moved by Councillor Tarnowski, seconded by Conseiller Brisson. So questions, go ahead, Councillor Associate.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so that was the one I was talking about earlier, that there was just, you know, a point about the activity that we had planned for Earth Day, and we had discussed it at the EAC, and then I know it was staff that had put it together, and I thanked them for that. And maybe Parks and Rec also came up with a similar idea, but it just said in the EAC meeting minutes that it was Park and Rec that put together the idea for Earth Day, where a family adopts a roadway or a park, and I had presented it at council one evening near Earth Day, and we encouraged everyone to go out. So that's, you know, just wanted clarification on that.
So just, I guess, clarification from my point of view. These are the minutes that are approved by the Environmental Advisory Committee, which you chair, right? So this
I didn't notice that before. I somehow missed that, I guess, that came up in the minutes.
So what I would suggest in that case, Councillor Associate, is we'll remove this item. We will not receive it, and you can bring it back to your committee and have it clarified at the committee level.
Okay, that's perfect. Thank you. Okay. It's just a minor thing, but you know, it was just you know, we had come up with this idea, and I just felt it should be in our minutes.
Yeah. Okay. I'll actually have in regards to the Environmental Advisory Committee minutes as well. I did see one point in here, and I'm raising it because I've had it was raised in regards to one of my committee members. It says here that Richard Cargus will provide legal point of view on the tree bylaw. So I'm looking for clarification. Is he providing legal services as a committee member? Is the township paying for these legal services, or is he promoting his business? What's going on?
No, he sits on the committee, right? And it was just the verbiage and some of the things that we had been working on the bylaw, and we had asked if he could sort of give us some direction and was it proper wording. And that's all he did. He brought up a few things at the meeting and said, you know, this should read this way, this should read that way. And they were really good points, and they were put into the where we were tweaking the bylaw. But no, he's not charging his time. He's a volunteer on the committee.
Okay, so when you guys look at your minutes, you might want to choose better wording, because I wouldn't want somebody to make a complaint that there's a conflict of interest going on.
Okay, so. Yeah, all right, I will bring that up.
Councillor Lorrain?
Yeah, I just again, I apologize if procedurally if I missed something here, but did we remove this item from the consent items to discuss it?
We haven't done it yet.
Okay, normally we would have to remove it, approve the rest, and then discuss it. I just, for consistency, somebody that, you know, comes onto the thing.
The way the worded it is, there will be no separate discussion of these items unless a request is made prior to a time that council votes on the motion. So Councillor, that's why I mentioned to Councillor Associate that she'll separate this item. so that we can have it. But yes, so moved by Councillor Associate to remove this item, seconded by Councillor Lorrain, so it's removed. Any other questions on this item? No, so we'll be voting on that one separately. So I will call for the vote on everything else.
Mike Chernosky, yes.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Sosa, yes.
Perfect, thank you very much. So this one, Councillor Associate, we will put on the table, and then you'll have to make an amendment to defer it or to withdraw it, or
I'll defer it and take it back to the committee and just make the changes, and we'll also fix the wording on the other sentence you were concerned about.
Okay, so I have a mover by Councillor Associate to, well, we need to put on the table first. So Councillor Associate, Conseil Brisson to put on the table, Councillor Associate to make a motion to defer it until it is approved by the Environmental Advisory Committee. Seconded by Councillor Chernosky. We'll call for the vote on the deferral. Just need the vote on the deferral.
I know I said it, but I was muted. I apologize. Mike Chernosky, yes.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Sosa, yes.
Perfect, thank you very much. So that's it for item number 10. We will move on to item number 11. Rapport des départements et comités du Conseil, item A. Demande de retrait de l'application du contrôle des parties de l'eau, se reporter au règlement à l'article numéro 16, 704-706 rue Azur à Russell, 712-714 rue Azur à Russell. Standard stuff. Any questions, members of council? Hearing none, nothing to add from the administration. We'll move on to the next item. Item B, authorization to execute a subdivision agreement report. PD 36-2021, Melny Construction Inc., Sunset Flats Phase 4A for a parcel of land legally described as part of Lot 13, Concession 3 in the Village of Russell. That council receives report PD 36-2021 dated June 21st, 2021, and that council approves the bylaw to authorize the mayor and the clerk to execute and affix a corporate seal concerning a subdivision agreement between Melny Construction Inc. for Sunset Flats Phase 4A, draft plan of subdivision, and the corporation of the Township of Russell for a parcel of land legally described as part of Lot 13, Concession 3, Township of Russell. Questions, comments, members of council? Councillor Associate?
Yeah, I was just wondering, because I couldn't really tell from the plans, but I just want to make sure some of the issues that we had with the previous area, for instance, Twilight, that it won't be happening again with the street size and the parking issues, and even possibly the design. Like, is there any way we can see the design of the buildings? Because, you know, I personally hear a lot of complaints about the design.
So the design of the building in what sense?
Well,
in the design of the house?
Yeah, more the when it gets into the row houses and what have you, like, you know, that particular street, there was a lot of issues after, and I remember we said, well, it has to be in the planning part, so I just wanted to make, you know, raise it and ask if there's any way we can make sure that these same issues don't happen again, you know, where the fire trucks couldn't get down the street and open their doors, and there was parking on both sides. And
so good question, Madame Tremblay.
Good evening, members of council, Mr. Mayor. So this is the, at this point, there's no opportunity to change the plan because this was a draft plan approved a couple of years ago. So I would say maybe in 2018. So now we're just approving a phase into that overall plan of subdivision. You're correct that the problems that were noticed in the same subdivision were on a street nearby. However, those were all townhouses. So the zoning was also changed from R1A to R3, which was the density was a lot higher than what's being proposed in that 4A phase. So basically on that phase, we only are going to see single detached dwelling and semi-detached. So we don't expect that the problem will be as bad since the density is a lot lower than the problems that were arising on on another road nearby.
Okay.
Regarding just to precisely on the design of the building. So our role is not to look at the design of each building. It's just to make sure that it complies with the zoning. So making sure that the setbacks are respected on each lot. So when they apply for building permit, we just make sure that it meets the minimum requirement for the frontage, the side yard and the rear yard.
Okay, but in the notes here, it did say that the Sunset Flats subdivision project has received approval for, and it's single 34 semi-detached and 68 row units. So is that in this section or are they talking about the previous one?
Madame Tremblay?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe that this was as an overall, so but I'll confirm, I'll just double check the plan.
Okay, thank you. Merci.
Okay. Any other questions or comments at this point in time? Okay, I believe Madame Tremblay is just checking this. We'll be voting on this later on. So Madame Tremblay, we'll make sure, we'll separate this item, Madame Camré-Laflamme. That way we can make sure to have further discussion if needed on the item.
Perfect, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Next item is item C, petition from Moisson Street residents, report PD 38-2021 and ISPW 14-2021. That council receives report ISPW 14-2021 and PD 38-2021 dated June 21st, 2021, and that council mandates the administration to send a registered letter to all the property owners on Moisson and Maïs streets in order to include the link to the survey and obtain their opinion on the proposed change in this plan of subdivision. That council mandates the administration to report back to council once we have received the answers to the survey from the residents to make a decision regarding the removal of the sidewalks. Questions, comments, members of council? Councillor Associate.
Yes, no, I'm in favor of this survey that's going to be done. But what my question is what is the reasoning for the request to have the sidewalks removed? You know, we're talking about pedestrian safety in our plans and what have you, and then you know, everyone would be walking on the street. So you got people walking dogs, you got strollers, and you got seniors with walkers possibly. So I'm just curious, what is the reasoning behind getting rid of sidewalks in this particular area?
Thank you very much, Councillor Associate. Monsieur Bourgon, Madame Tremblay, I'll take a stab at this. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think this is in relation to parking, that they think, residents think that they're losing parking space because of these sidewalks, but that is not the case, correct? Because we're talking, we have the previous road, Sunset Flats, we just talked about was a 20-meter road. This, in fact, is an 18-meter road. Monsieur Bourgon, Madame Tremblay, commentaire là-dessus?
Maybe I can start. The petition that we did receive, we didn't have there's no explanation from the resident.
Okay.
So to answer the question as to why they were asking to get that removal, we didn't get any explanation with the petition itself.
Okay, thank you. Conseiller Larin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One thing is, I thought that the infrastructure department had made a recommendation to not go ahead with the sidewalks. Is that not the case? Am I mistaking this for another project? But I thought that's where this there was a piece of that as well, or an aspect of that as well in this.
At this point in time, the report is simply to reach out to residents and get their feedback.
Yes, but we're talking about where did everything come from. My understanding was staff had concluded that they didn't want to proceed with the sidewalks. Am I mistaken?
Monsieur Leduc?
The sidewalks are registered on title, so staff could not proceed unilaterally, just change whatever. So I don't think that's where it originates.
Okay, thank you very much, Monsieur Leduc. And that's a good point to raise, is the fact that these are on title, right? So there was public sessions where residents made comments that they wanted sidewalks on these streets. Council approved that. It's on title. I guess my question would be, from a legal point of view, is if somebody bought this house on this street knowing that there's a sidewalk, and now council decides to take the sidewalk away, are we opening up potential liability issues? I'm not sure if anybody's had that conversation or not. I mean, I don't want to go through the whole process of a survey to find out that we're going to find out legally that we can have an issue. Madame Tremblay?
Through Mr. Mayor, so as mentioned by Mr. Bourgon and Mr. Leduc, those are plans that are part of a plan of subdivision. The plan of subdivision is registered on title, and we've included the information that it's the responsibility of the seller, so basically the builder, to inform the buyer that there's going to be a sidewalk on their property. So that's also a condition that it's registered on title as part of the subdivision agreement. So if council decided to move forward and remove some of the sidewalk that are part of the subdivision, there's a legal process that it's called a subdivision amendment. So basically we could amend the agreement that is registered on title.
Okay, so there is a legal process.
Yes.
Conseiller Brisson and then Councillor Saucier.
Yeah, because as it was mentioned that there was the sidewalk on Moisson and on Hybrid, that it was registered. Just one thing that we have to remember too, that for petition, even whenever we put the clause for that they have the cedar trees at the back, there were some that were not for it, but there are some other that were for it. So that's why it's something that we have to keep in mind. So I don't know if it's the best way to go with the survey as it is asked right now, or that we stay with the recommendation of our planning that was going for the safety of the pour ceux qui marchent. I know that it was mentioned on the information that, especially on c'est quoi l'autre rue de travers là? What's the name? Maze. That it might be removed for that one, but if there's only that one, I think we'll have to go to the exemption, so it might delay too. So that's another point to take in consideration. So that's why I'm a bit pissed, because asking what they want, it's sure that you cannot please everybody neither. So I think it's our role to give the best and the more safety to the people, and you cannot please anybody.
Okay, thank you very much. Conseiller Associé?
Yeah, and in the report, that was one thing that jumped out at me too, was that, you know, possibly we're setting a precedent. Like, imagine if every subdivision starts saying, take out the sidewalks after the fact. So, you know, and I do have a concern about safety as well, because, I mean, we're talking about this in all our plans and pedestrian safety and traffic slowing measures. And I don't know if we want to encourage more parking on the street. And then I just had one other really quick question. It said in the report about the park was relocated, that it was page 3 of 8. It states that land was divided to create other residential lots. So was the park relocated to a different location?
Madame Tremblay, I believe it's completely to the west of the subdivision now.
Yeah, so through Mr. Mayor, originally the park, when the draft plan of subdivision was approved back in 2015, the park was located at the corner northeast of the subdivision, so close to Saint-Pierre. So it was backing on Saint-Pierre in the kind of a little stream that we have there. But basically, after more evaluation and after some donation of properties, we've relocated the park completely on the west side of the subdivision. So basically, the sidewalk, as explained in the report, is when people live on Moisson, if they want to access the park, then they would use the sidewalk to walk their way to the park.
Yeah, for kids, yeah. Merci.
Merci. Councillor Laurent?
Yeah, my only question that I would have in terms of the petition is, have we figured out if we do send it out and there's a percentage that we hit, and I don't know what that percentage is, who would undertake getting all of these lots unregistered and whatnot from that? Is that a township cost? Is that a resident cost? Like, I think there might be a few more things that maybe we haven't thought about yet, or maybe we have, and you know, I just want to make sure we're not putting the cart before the horse, and you know, maybe it's, I don't know. I just thought I'd make sure I bring a few things up here and there. So.
Okay. Thank you. Madame Tremblay, tu voulais-tu ajouter quelque chose?
Yes, so through Mr. Mayor again, so it was suggested that there's many ways to do the amendment for the subdivision. So it's either that we register the amendment on each property in the subdivision to advise that there's not going to be any more sidewalk. However, since the fact that it's already pretty much all built, we could just, council could just adopt a bylaw that we amend the subdivision agreement, and then it would need to be registered on each property. So there's many ways that we could proceed. It was requested, I believe that Mr. Bourgon asked for legal advice as well. So that was the suggestion that some of our colleagues did already subdivision amendments, and those are depending on how far we want to go. It's either that we register that amendment onto the property of each owner, or it's feasible as well just to adopt the bylaw and keep that in file so that we know that it was kind of a political decision to remove this with a bylaw.
Okay, thank you very much. Conseil Brisson?
J'aimerais juste avoir aussi une clarification de M. Bourgon, parce que dans la documentation comme c'est là, je pense que ça dit que le long du chemin Moisson, que c'était une extension de pavage, élargissement du chemin. Mais est-ce que c'est juste comme ça rublait avec, durant l'été, des petits poteaux de mie, puis que là, il faut tout renlever ça l'hiver, ou c'est surélevé, parce que j'ai vu ça à Orléans aussi, qu'il y a une bordure de ciment au bord du chemin, que c'est surélevé, c'est asphalté, mais c'est la même chose qu'un trottoir.
OK, merci beaucoup. Monsieur Bourgon?
Merci, Monsieur le maire. Donc, ce qui est proposé là, pour cet accotement pavé-là, ou le trottoir en asphalte, c'est vraiment un peu comme qu'on peut voir à Russell, les accotements pavés. Donc, il y a vraiment une bordure de béton qui sépare la route telle qu'elle, là. Donc, c'est vraiment surélevé par rapport à la route. Puis, moi, je fais référence à M. conseiller Brisson, à les espaces de stationnement qu'on a sur concession. Il y a vraiment une bordure de béton qui sépare la route de l'accotement pavé. Puis, juste pour vous donner un peu une idée là, qu'il y a vraiment une distinction.
OK, parfait. Merci beaucoup, M. Bourgon. D'autres questions, commentaires, membres du conseil? Conseiller Brisson?
Bien, juste en continuant avec ça. Donc, est-ce que durant l'hiver, ils sont ouverts de la même manière que les trottoirs, avec la petite machine, puis tout ça, c'est ouvert de la même manière?
Monsieur Bourgon?
Présentement, là, si ça serait installé, oui, ça ferait partie de nos opérations de neigement.
Okay. Mais c'est surélevé comme un trottoir. Fait que c'est juste la seule différence, c'est en asphalte au lieu d'en pavé. C'est ça?
Essentiellement, oui, c'est le même type d'installation, sauf que le matériau, comme vous le mentionnez, là, au lieu d'être du béton, c'est du pavé.
OK. D'autres questions, membres du conseil? OK.
Moi, je le retirer là, parce que qu'on en discute pour la fin, là, de pas tout bien l'accepter comme ça.
OK, on va enlever cet item-là aussi. From my perspective, you know, we get complaints on a regular basis that we don't have sidewalks in a certain area, and now we're going to turn around and take sidewalks away when we said we were going to put them in. I understand there's pros and cons, but I think it was a good question at the beginning is what's the reasoning behind the information. You know, we had a petition go throughout everybody, but we have no idea why they're asking for this request. And I don't want there to be an expectation that they're going to end up with more parking, because that's not the case if I understand properly. Madame Tremblay, tu avais un commentaire?
No, it's okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so we'll vote on this separately moving forward. Next item, c'est le plan de sécurité et bien-être communautaire, rapport PIC 06-2021. Que le conseil reçoit le rapport PIC 06-2021, daté du 21 juin 2021, et adopte la résolution s'y joindre pour le plan de sécurité et bien-être communautaire tel que recommandé dans ce rapport. Questions, comments, members of council? This is a legislated item that we have to move forward with. Councillor Associate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, there was just a couple of comments that I felt sort of was missing from the report. One thing that, you know, well, I've been doing a lot of talk about it is also how trees enhance communities and also promote well-being and reduce crime. Studies have been done and this has been proven. And the other thing I just sort of felt was missing in the report was it didn't really address race and how it touched on it briefly on page 61, but not even in the violence and justice section on page 70. It addressed women, children, elders, and male victims, but it didn't really talk about people of different race and cultures that probably could potentially experience maybe crime or violence or discrimination or different things like that. So I was just wondering, I know it's something that you said has to be implemented, but have they looked into that, I guess, aspect is my question.
Okay, thank you very much. I know this was done at the United County level, and it was looked at as the United County level, but members of council, we can always make changes to the plan if we feel that it doesn't include enough. Monsieur Leduc, Madame Bordeaux, anything to add?
Yes, I did make a few points that I wanted to address with the counties. And I did forward an email to the counties, so I can just put a list together, and that could be incorporated in the list and see how they anticipate addressing these issues.
So just to clarify, though, this will be a municipal plan. It's not a United Counties plan. Every municipality has to adopt their own plan. It's just that instead of 8 municipalities working on something that would be very, very similar, the counties, we gave them that direction. So if there's changes to be made, I guess, Madame Bordeaux, the question would be, there is a time limit on this when it has to be put in place. If we were to accept this tonight and we want to make changes based on the information that you receive, could we just make changes to our community safety plan down the road?
Yes, it's a document that has to be revised constantly, and adopting it this way tonight doesn't stop us from making changes at a later date.
Okay, because I believe, if I remember well, it's the end of this month or July 1st that it has to be implemented for.
Yes. Yes.
So then I encourage members of council to send their comments to Madame Bordeaux if they have questions or concerns about the document. She can follow up with the consultant and get some feedback on that, and if need be, she'll bring something back at a later date. We're good with that. Any other questions or comments? Monsieur Leduc?
Mr. Mayor, just to inform council, this is, I understand this is as a local government bylaw. This was an initiative that we asked the counties to take over and certainly help do it for us as per the legislative requirements. I just want to express my deception to council and to the public that we as the municipality were not asked to provide our feedback on this plan during the process of writing the report. So I'm not saying I'm not for it. But I'm saying those kind of questions could have been asked along the way, have them incorporated along the way, that being late in the game to add those items. So I don't believe that if the committee over there or whoever decides that this is acceptable, that this may not happen. But I'm just saying that I was deceived. I had a deception that we should have been included more in the consultation steps, which we were not. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Monsieur Leduc. Any questions or comments? No. Okay, we'll continue with the reports. Just for clarification, I see some questions or comments coming in regards to different reports for question period. Just to remind everyone that you must state your name and address for the record, and it's a question period. So if you have a question, pose your question. It is not a comment section. Thank you. I'll move on to the next item, which is item E. Mobile canteen bylaw exemption request, report PIC 07/2021. That council receives report PIC 07/2021 dated June 21st, 2021, and approves as recommended in this report a mobile canteen exemption for Beaver Tails to allow Beau Benji, the retro recreational vehicle, to set up and sell beaver tails in the parking lot of the independent grocers located at 753 Notre Dame Street in Embrun on the weekend of Thursday, July 1st to Sunday, July 4th, and Friday, July 9th to Sunday, July 11th, 2021. Questions, comments, members of council? Councillor Tarnowski.
So I just have a question. If this exception means that there is no licensing fee for this particular vendor to be in the township, I would just want to know if this absorbs the licensing fee that would normally be paid. And I realize I don't think we have a licensing fee for a one-off. So I just want to know that we're not giving someone else advantage over our other vendors in town.
Okay. Madame Bordeaux, we don't have a business license fee in the township, but is this something that
the mobile canteens do have a licensing fee, but it's a licensing fee for a year.
For a year, yeah.
So it's $500 for a year. We don't have any licensing fee for a 3-day or 4-day event. I think that licensing fees for special vendors like this would be very minimal. It's mostly we want to make sure that they comply with the requirements such as health unit inspection, fire inspection, just to make sure everything is safe. And they don't sell the same stuff as our mobile canteens who are selling and paying a license fee for a year. So there will be, when we review the bylaw, there will be a small licensing fee, but it will not be a lot, because if we compare it to the other one being $500 a year, so we can't charge too much for a weekend.
Okay.
Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Conseil Brisson.
Yeah, and I think it's even a promotion for our region, because there are some people that do follow that caravan and they're ready to drive a bit of distance just to have their beaver tail. So it's a promotion for our region too. So, and it will be a bit the same as if we have a special event, Célébrons Ensemble, something like that, that has this canteen, so that would be similar to it. And as you did mention, it's not even hamburger or thing that others are selling, it's completely different. So I have no problem with having it there.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other comments? If not, we'll move on. Merci beaucoup. Next item, item F, signed bylaw amendment report PIC 08-2021. That council receives report PIC 08-2021 dated June 21st, 2021. And as recommended, this report approves the proposed amendment to signed bylaw 2016-052 by amending the section 8 rules for all signs and adding the word permanent to section 8.4.1. Questions, comments, members of council? Pretty straightforward. None? Anything to add from the administration?
No.
Nope. Okay, we'll move on to the next one. The next one is pedestrian safety plan report ISPW 16-2021. That council receives report ISPW 16-2021 dated June 21st, 2021, and approves the proposed action plan and also the creation of a specific reserve to be funded from the additional funds received from the federal gas tax in order to finance the plan. We'll open it up with Monsieur Bourgon. This is something that council requested to look at improvement measures. We've been getting a lot of complaints over the years, and we wanted to make sure we put some funds aside to specifically address some. So I'll let you present your report, Monsieur Bourgon.
Merci, Monsieur Maire. I'll start by just mentioning that there's always a fine line between our pedestrian safety and speed when we look at all the type of complaints that we do receive or we have received in the last few years. So council will see in the report there's different initiatives that will try to address speed and safety for pedestrian. So I started off by just putting a list of things that were already put in place by council in the last few years. And as well with the plan, we really try to focus on the main areas where we saw the most complaints, which target mostly the main arterial roads or streets, I should say, within the subdivision. If I think like Central Park, Lucerne, Sainte-Thérèse, Centenaire. So the action plan that's proposed tonight is to start focusing on those main roads. And also to expand our bollards initiative that originally was mostly focused to school zone, but to also address every location where there's pathways linking different roads, just so at least there's attention brought to our the drivers that pedestrian can cross, or there's more chances of having pedestrian at those locations.
Okay.
So here's and again, there's a few initiatives that are overlapping over several years. In some cases, streets are not complete, or we need to either look at the drainage pattern if we want to create those bump out with curbs. So there's a bit more work to do. So the implementation will be spread out over a few years. If the plan is accepted by council, and those items proposed for, as an example, 2022 or 2023 will come back during the budget discussion. But tonight we're proposing council to still set aside an amount of money from the gas tax funds received this year for those future implementation.
Merci, Monsieur Bourgon. Questions, members of council? Councillor Tarnowski, and then Councillor Saucier.
So thank you very much, Mr. Bourgon, for doing this work. It's very timely. There have been a lot of comments and complaints. We're really happy to see us moving forward with that. So a couple of questions that I had is there an impact on the road, like bottlenecks and speed bumps when it comes to snow removal? That'd be my first question. Like, is that going to be an added cost for the township?
Monsieur Bourgon.
Merci, Mr. Maire. So if we start by the speed humps, we did talk to other municipalities that already implement those type of measures. and even talking directly with operators, and there's no difference. The way they're made, they're wide enough, big enough that it doesn't. Obviously, the operator needs to be careful around those areas, but it doesn't add any cost or extra time.
Excellent, thank you. So my next question was, in terms of the speed radars, there is none scheduled for Saint-Pierre. Is there a reason? Because I noticed the pattern of all the main roads coming into town, but I don't see one on Saint-Pierre. Is there a rationale for that, or?
The illustration that you see in the report showing the existing and the one being installed this year. As for Saint-Pierre, you're right. It would be the next logic way of doing it. So we propose the council to keep on putting money to buy those types of radar. So yes, Saint-Pierre will come up in the next couple of years.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Saucier?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I know it's a great report, and I know in the report you did say, there's many streets that couldn't be, all looked at, but another one that is a real speed trap is Edie Road. It's people go all the way to go up to Vars. They use it to go to Route 300. There's just a lot of traffic, but thankfully our bollards really help when they're up. And then as soon as I see them go down, I see the traffic totally change again. And I know we're going to be doing safety measures at our bike crossings, which is excellent, but that's just one road where, probably because I walk it every day and I just see the speed at which the cars are going. And then of course, Central Park is identified, and that's where they're turning into also to cut across. So maybe that might be another one in the future looked at.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Saucier. Other questions, comments, members of council? Conseiller Brisson, Councillor Lorrain.
OK, ma première question, quand il arrive à la rue Church, il say A, it's près de la tour d'eau, but B, traverse multifonctionnelle ouest de la rue Concession. Sais-tu que c'est un autre travers? Parce que je crois pas que la traverse multifonctionnelle passe à nulle part sur la rue Church.
Monsieur Bourgon?
Merci, Monsieur le maire. Donc, je fais référence à une installation similaire à Blais. Donc, sur la section de Church, donc de Concession, à aller jusqu'à l'autre extrémité du village, il y a un accotement pavé. Donc, une fois que les égouts sanitaires sont installés sur Church, puis on refait l'accotement pavé, on pourrait installer des bollards, là, comme on le voit sur la rue Blais.
À côté du musée, là, à partir du musée.
À partir du musée, direction ouest, en allant vers l'ouest.
OK. Mon autre chose, c'était comme pour juste en bas, la rue Notre-Dame, ça dit créer des goulots, mais ça ne dit pas à nulle part. Est-ce qu'il y avait des places spécifiques? Parce que les autres, tu as tout spécifié, comme près de la tour d'eau, près de, ou si c'est juste random, comme c'est là, sur la grande rue Notre-Dame.
Donc, pour Notre-Dame, vous avez raison, on n'a pas spécifié de location. Une des raisons étant un chemin de comté. Donc, évidemment, on va devoir avoir des consultations. Donc, c'est pour ça que j'ai mis des astérix, là, qu'il y a une résolution qui sera nécessaire. Mais une des locations qu'on croit qui aiderait beaucoup là, les plaintes qu'on reçoit, c'est vers les deux extrémités de la pointe sur Notre-Dame. Puis aussi, la même chose pourrait être vue à l'extrémité ouest du village, là, près du, je vais dire, proche de la rue Domaine, là, dans ces endroits-là. Donc ça, c'est des endroits, là, des candidats possibles puis qui iraient bien là, avec ce qu'on essaie d'accomplir.
Une suggestion aussi, ça serait tout de bien devant la résidence, le pavillon, parce qu'il y a un trottoir à l'autre bord du chemin, mais pas sur leur côté, que ça pourrait peut-être être de quoi à considérer aussi. Mon autre question, c'est que pour toutes ces qu'il y avait justement le schéma là, pour ces choses de ciment-là. Est-ce que ça a été figuré, par exemple, parce que ça arrive des fois qu'il y a des véhicules plus larges qui passent, que ce soit les tracteurs avec les roues doubles qui sont obligés de passer ou des vannes? Est-ce que c'est pris en considération que ça peut accommoder ces choses-là?
Donc, désolé, merci, monsieur le maire. Donc, on a pris les détails, viennent du Streetscape Master Plan qui était approuvé quelques années passées. Puis c'est certain qu'avant de faire l'implémentation, comme je l'ai mentionné plus tôt, on regarde le drainage, mais aussi à s'assurer qu'on ne nuit pas à que les véhicules lourds ou, comme vous avez mentionné, la machinerie agricole peut quand même passer. Cela étant dit, peut-être que ces équipements-là vont devoir attendre, laisser passer les gens qui s'en viennent en sens inverse. Mais tout va être fait pour que les machineries agricoles, là, au besoin, peuvent passer quand même.
J'ai une dernière question avec ces choses-là. Quand elle parle du pont Sainte-Marie, puis la chose, ça dit des balises le long de Sainte-Marie seront installées. Puis il avait dit la construction de 75 000 $. Mais ça, c'est pas juste pour élargir le trottoir, 75 000. C'était-tu qui avait figuré de mettre un trottoir du pont à aller jusqu'à la première entrée du projet Mélanie? Parce qu'autrement, il me semble que c'est cher pour juste élargir le trottoir du pont.
Monsieur Bourgon.
Merci, monsieur le maire. Donc, malheureusement, le 115 000, c'est seulement pour effectuer les travaux sur le pont. À cause de tous les différents critères, les répartitions de poids, le type de travaux demandés, c'est extrêmement cher. Donc, oui, juste les travaux du pont, on estime environ ça, 115 000 $ juste pour élargir le trottoir. Donc, c'est pour ça qu'à ce moment-ci, on recommande au conseil de ne pas aller de l'avant avec ça pour la section de reconstruire le trottoir, attendre de faire la réhabilitation du pont, mais de quand même installer les bollards le long de la rue Sainte-Marie, puis de trouver une alternative à faire du déneigement pour quand même que cet accès-là soit disponible à l'hiver.
Ça fait que là, ça serait pareil comme le long de la rue Blais, là. C'est pavé, mais qu'il y mettra des choses pour l'été, des petits poteaux, c'est ça?
Exactement, c'est ça.
Puis après ça, vous allez fournir une pelle à quelqu'un pour pelleter le trottoir?
Essentiellement, c'est des choses qu'on va regarder, voir s'il n'y a pas des disponibilités de contrat ou s'il n'y a pas du déneigement manuel. C'est des choses qu'on va regarder au courant des prochains mois ou deux.
Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Conseiller Lorrain?
Yeah, I just wanted to know what the process will be going forward for areas that have had multiple requests. I mean, I'll use the Russell Trail subdivision, the stop sign at York Crossing and Settlement Lane that was added by council after the fact. Many different times we've had the radar out there. I noticed that it wasn't part of this study, that certain section. I know Central Park was. What other options then, and how would somebody go about requesting something done at that location or other locations similar?
Thank you, Conseiller Lorrain. Monsieur Bourgon?
Merci, Monsieur le maire. So, to answer your point, Conseiller Laurent, we did start with the main location that we've seen. We did receive a petition for Central Park, so I think part of our communication, we could advise that group if council decide to move forward with what's proposed on Central Park. As for the other location, there's always our traffic calming policy that's in place. And our council can always direct us to look at other locations to implement something like we did at those other locations.
Okay, so would that be something that I would have to bring up under council members' items at another time? It's only because there's been many concerns at that specific spot. So, and I know that we've had radar there 3 or 4 times in the last couple of years. So, thank you.
Monsieur Leduc, commentaire?
So, Madam Conseil, I think what we could do is 2 things. One, if council approves the report, then there'll be a creation of a reserve, which means that we could be discussing this at every budget regarding either a contribution directly to backfill the reserve or identify projects that could be done. So when we ask council some of their issues or concerns for the upcoming budget, so again, council could either promote or refer some items there for discussion at budget discussion.
Okay, merci beaucoup. Other questions, comments, members of council? Okay, I've got a list. First one in regards to the report, page 3. We talked about locations. I'll just throw it out there. I've been getting a lot of complaints for the portion of Craig Street, which west of Tim Hortons, so going towards Hamilton Road. I've seen some of the numbers come in from that radar information, and it is considerably high. So I guess Monsieur Bourgon, we were copied on an email from Monsieur Bouchard. I guess we'd be looking at asking the counties to have a look at that segment of road would be the appropriate, since it is a county road.
Yeah, exactly. So like the other location on county road, council will have to proceed with a recommendation to the county to look or to address that specific location.
Okay, and we have you'll be preparing a resolution to go to the county council. So if members of council are okay with that, I'd like to add that section of road as a county road to be looked at. Request the counties to look at and see what improvements are possible. In regards to Central Park, it states that we'll create a bottleneck eventually once we own the road, correct?
Exactly.
When do we anticipate the road being transferred? Because I know it's a large subdivision, and I don't want to be another 10 years down the road before we actually get the road and we're able to do something.
The timing, hard to say. It is filling up quickly. So there, I can anticipate that shortly they'll be moving to finalize that collector.
Okay. Is there possibility to speed this up in certain sections? Can we have conversations with the developer and say, not necessarily the bump out? I understand the bump out is a big enough job, but when we talk about possible radar signs or that kind of stuff, if we can ask, radar signs are installed on the side of the road, not actually on the roadway, but I don't want to, this is a problem now. I understand we plan for the future, but if I look at certain subdivisions we have streets that still haven't got their second lift after numerous years, right? So I'm just wondering, is there a way to have conversations with the developer to try and speed some of these items up?
We can certainly have those conversations.
Okay, thank you.
To see if there's at least maybe an opportunity to do our work parallel to them finalizing their work as well.
Yeah, it might be cost savings for us as opposed to waiting till they're done to do all their work and us doing it after the fact. I look at Lucerne Drive near Storm Pond, same thing. It says on one point on page 5, Notre Dame Street, create the bottleneck within the roadway, reduce the width of the road with the bump out at the curbs. I think that's where you were mentioning the 2 areas of La Pointe, c'est ça, and possibly Domaine.
Exactly.
Okay, so that's been addressed. In regards to speed radars, a few different things. I know that I get tons of emails about new technologies, that kind of stuff. There's different type of radar tracking out there. There's some that, that are inconspicuous, that can connect to our lights, our street lights. Obviously, you want some that are very visible so that people actually see them and it's in your face and you can think about slowing down. But I'm wondering if if we should be speeding up those in certain problem areas. You know, I'm taking, for example, I know that King Street, a very, very long street, we're only talking about installing a couple of 2 speed bumps with bollards later this year. You know, would it be worthwhile putting a street sign or a radar sign there right away? Simply because the amount of traffic that's going to the kennel in the morning and in the evening is making it for a very dangerous stretch. So I think that if we are putting money aside to do some speed radars, let's be proactive and get them out there sooner rather than later. You know, I'd hate to be in a situation where we were planning to put a speed radar somewhere and something happened and it was like, well, we had planned it for a little bit down the road. So, je sais pas si tu as besoin plus de fonds présentement pour faire ça.
Well, if by creating the reserve, the funds will be available. I guess it would be more a matter to adding, like to have to make sure that it's clear from council that we do add, let's say one speed radar this year on King Street.
Okay, well, I'd prefer if we could add it right away. The other question I have is I've seen it in other areas. I go visit my in-laws in town, and there is a big radar. It's painted on the street, you know, 40 kilometers an hour in certain sections and stuff. What's the advantage, disadvantage? I know that the paint doesn't last as long as it used to. That's always a challenge. But was that something that we looked at all?
That type of I'll say initiative, but no, we haven't looked at those measures.
Okay. All right, perfect. Well, we'll I guess if we're modifying the plan, as-tu besoin si on décide de faire des modifications, Monsieur Leduc, Monsieur Bourgon, tu veux-tu qu'on le fait dans la résolution ou qu'on fait donner une directive, par exemple, pour ajouter King Street? Would you rather have that in the resolution itself, or we can simply give a direction? Monsieur Leduc?
Monsieur le maire, ça dépend si vous voulez aller à travers les fonds disponibles, comme M. Bourgon a dit, ou si vous pensez qu'on va donner une différente priorité, donc ça va peut-être prendre des fonds de plus ou qu'on retarde certains autres. Fait que peut-être que si vous faites ça à ce moment-là, il faudrait savoir plus clairement qu'est-ce qu'on retarde puis qu'est-ce qu'on avance. Donc, à moins qu'il y ait plus de fonds pour faire plus rapidement.
OK. So, si je m'en rappelle bien, comme c'est là dans le rapport, ça dit 96 600 qu'on parle de mettre dans les réserves. Ça, c'est-tu pour tous les projets cette année ou c'est pour le plan pour les prochains 3 ans? Juste clarification.
C'est pour le plan des prochains 3 ans.
3 ans, OK. Puis le conseil...
Excusez-moi, tel que présenté là, dans le rapport là, ce soir.
OK. Présentement, le conseil a mis 100 000 de côté pour justement cette initiative-là, right? So we have the $96,000. So items that are scheduled for a few years down the road, if we can do them this year, we have the funds to do them. It's just whether the department has the capacity to do it, correct? Monsieur Bourgon, excuse me.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So from my perspective, I'd like to see an actual radar on King Street. That's one of the streets I've had major concerns with, discussions with, conversations with the police department on, and we've been hearing it for years and years là. Avec un speed radar, tu n'as-tu un de planifié là pour le moment? Non, même pas. Hein? So it would be in addition to.
Exactement, oui.
Okay. So I would suggest that it be in this year's budget, and then we're going to have discussions at budget time. If we need to make up the $3,000 or $4,000, we'll make it up at budget time. If members of council are okay with adding that one on King Street. Councillor Tarnowski, question, comment?
Yeah, sorry, just to confirm, you're talking about a permanent one, right? Like is what is being suggested everywhere here, right?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Conseiller Laurent?
Yeah, I have no problem with it. I guess I just want to know what it's going to do. Right? You put up the sign, you put up the radar gun. It's there for, if it's permanent, it's there all the time. Is there going to become one of those things where people are just going to zip by it, knowing like what are the consequences? What are the actions that'll come out of the information? Because it's great to put it up, just like the one on was it Castor Street right now. There seems to be a permanent one there coming into the village. But if there's no accountability to the number, unless there's accountability that I don't see somewhere.
So in regards to its use for data as well, so correct me if I'm wrong, Monsieur Bourgon, but these speed radars do track all the information and can be passed along to the OPP to help determine what the key hours are or the key times that maybe some enforcement could be done. Madame Bourdeau could speak to this as well. But if we share that information with the OPP, then it's not simply, oh, I'm going to drive there at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and I don't see anybody, but our data will be able to tell us if all the problems are at 5 o'clock at night. So from an enforcement perspective, Monsieur Bourgon?
Well, exactly. Like as you mentioned, it would be the OPP that we could advise what's the trend. And for us, other data, it's the traffic count, and also to see if there's actually speeding or not. And the visual gives a reminder to the car drivers
to slow down.
To slow down, exactly.
Hopefully slow down. Because realistically, we can't put a bylaw in place. We can't put equipment. If somebody's a stupid driver, they're a stupid driver. And, you know, there has to be enforcement from the OPP at one point in time to make sure that these people are getting the message. But from our perspective, we have to take items and put them in place to try and, within our mandate, within our abilities, if you will, to try and improve the situation. Conseiller Lorrain?
So is that happening today? Are we passing data on to the OPP to help with enforcement? Or is that a direction that you need from council?
Madame Bourdeau?
Yes, we do recover the data from the radars, and we do inform OPP when there are issues on specific roads. With the we provide them with the data so they know the times and what they're looking at for speeding.
Okay.
Great. Other questions, comments? So I was proposing that we put a permanent radar sign this year on King Street. Again, if members of council want to agree to that, then it's part of the direction to the staff, and we don't necessarily have to change the resolution. Or Monsieur Leduc, would you prefer we change the resolution?
I'm okay with both. Maybe the clerk has a different position.
Madame Camré-Laflamme, ça va te noter des minutes ou tu préfères qu'on fasse un ajout à la résolution comme telle?
If it's only actions like directed to Mr. Bourgon, like you had mentioned, contact the developers and add a permanent speed radar, those are actions. Usually they're not noted in the minutes. Okay. So if it's a specific direction, maybe then it should be added to the resolution so that staff knows exactly what has been changed.
Okay, so in that case, we'll separate the item and we'll vote on it separately, and we can make adjustments at that point in time. Okay. Other questions? Anything else? Well, if not, we'll move on to the next item. Next item, item H. Mise à jour du programme des bacs bleus, rapport ISPW 17-2021. Que le Conseil reçoit le rapport ISPW 17-2021 du 21 juin 2021 et donne la directive à l'administration de préparer un échéancier d'étapes pour possiblement instaurer un programme organique. Questions, comments, members of council? Just to remind everyone, I believe, Monsieur Bourgon, that we are legislated by the province to have an organics program. Is it 2025 it has to be done by?
23.
So, Mr. Mayor, so yes, exactly. It's by 2025. So basically what I'm proposing council, if this resolution is approved, is to come back to council and to, as an example, the Blue Box program get transferred to the producer in July 2023. Well, maybe if we go back in time, if we want our green bin program to start on September of that year, well, when do we need to start the tender process education program? So those are like that time of timeline that I want to bring forward to council.
Okay. Questions on that? I think it's a good plan. We don't want to wait till year 2025 to try and get this in place, and everybody's going to be waiting for us when we go to tenders and when we're trying to buy those bins. So, anything to add, Monsieur Bourgon?
Well, and just to basic council last year did give me direction to send some comments to the ministry to try and get our transition date changed. And we also asked our MPP Simard to send a letter to the minister. It worked. We're now doing our transition 2 years earlier. So that's really good news.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Anything else? No? Okay, we'll move on to the next item. Item EI, Water Restriction Report ISWAT WW 04 2021. The council receives report ISWAT WW 04 2021 dated June 21st, 2021 and approves the proposed amendment to bylaw 2015-39 water and wastewater rates in the Township of Russell. Questions, comments, members of council? Conseiller Tarnowski, Conseiller Lorrain.
I would just like to remove this item, please.
Okay. Getting a lot of those tonight. That's removed. Conseiller Lorrain?
Yeah, I have concerns on this one. I'll share a couple of them right now. First one is when I read some of the things that can and can't be done, I noticed that the filling of pools would not be allowed between June 1st and August 31st.
Go ahead. Sorry, just to clarify, on certain days, if you live on an odd number day, you're allowed to do it on an odd number day. You can't do it on the even number day.
It says watering lawns for odds and evens. It reads as though it's a complete restriction on swimming pools from June 1st to August 31st, which includes washing cars in driveways, sidewalks, and swimming pools. That seems to be a complete ban from what I'm reading.
Okay, Monsieur Bourgon?
Well, the intention is really you're pretty much allowed to do any outdoor use of water when it's your allocated day. So as Mr. Mayor mentioned, on even days for even addresses and odd addresses on odd days.
Okay, that needs to be updated because it doesn't read that way. Because you single out the lawn on odd and even days, but it seems as though when you read section 10.4, it seems to be a complete restriction from June 1st to August 31st, and then you accept the fact that there's lawn watering that can be done odd and even days. So I don't believe that makes sense. So that's the first aspect. I can't accept that change without it being corrected, because somebody can read that totally different, and all of a sudden somebody's getting that leads me to my next comment after this is, what is the enforcement? Like, is it a bylaw? Is it a penalty? Is it a warning? Is it a fine? Is it a set fine? You know, I'm trying to determine what that is.
Okay, thank you very much. Monsieur Bourgon, is there set fines in place, or Madame Bourdeau, is there set fines in place already for this activity?
Yes, there are set fines in place.
Okay.
Are they in the bylaw?
Yeah, exactly. They're part of the bylaw.
Okay. My last question, and the question that I'm going to get from residents is, why, if we're paying for water, do we have to have restrictions when Ottawa doesn't have any restrictions and we get the water from Ottawa?
Very good question, Monsieur Bourgon.
Good question. And the question could be also asked, why not to preserve some water as well? Basically, we're proposing council to implement those type of alternate usage of water in the aspect of to preserve water. And when it comes to drought or any low level, just in nature in general, and in summertime, well, the implementation of our restriction, it's much easier since it's already out there. It's an alternate basis of the usage outdoor.
Follow up.
Go ahead.
I mean, I could totally understand why we had water restrictions in the past when we were on ground source water. We are not today, and the residents are paying for that water. So they're paying for the usage. We're billing them for fixed cost, plus we're billing them for usage. So I'm still not, I understand preservation, use water barrels, do everything you can. But at the end of the day, you're paying for a service, you're paying for the water. Why am I being restricted? And unless you tell me there's an issue with our infrastructure and we need to make sure that we have enough water in our infrastructure and that's taking away or depleting, or that there's on certain days of the week or certain times of the year being like a day or two to replenish, that I can understand. I can't understand an every other day restriction to water. So when I'm paying for that service.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Tarnowski and Conseil Associé, and then Conseil Brisson.
So I think just for clarification's sakes, and I think Councillor Lorrain has kind of already alluded to this, but I just want to clarify, there is no current shortage of supply. Can you please confirm that? I believe I know the answer, but I just want to know for sure.
That's correct. There's no shortage of supply. We are, I'll add that we are looking at to expand our reservoir for future, and that's going to be for emergency need and just have a better reserve in case of emergency.
And a follow-up, Mr. Mayor?
Yep.
I just want to confirm that as we just did, where there was an issue where the Ottawa needed to do a bypass, we have the tools necessary for us to control water usage in cases of supply shortages or short-term supply shortages, as we have. That is still in place, and we have that ability to do that, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. It's that's the bylaws already in place to implement those restriction or ban when required, like that. Okay. For any mechanical or maintenance of whatnot.
One last point, Mr. Mayor, to finish up.
Yep.
So I'm all for responsible usage of the resource. It's a very valuable resource, and I think education is a great way of doing it. But putting in these kind of blockages when people are paying for the service for their, at their convenience whenever they can use it, I think, and there is no issue to supply. I don't think that it makes sense to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Saucier?
Yes, thank you. Well, it is an educational factor. I mean, water is not an endless commodity. You do get water from rivers, and when there is a drought and water levels are low, we're at a level 1 drought right now. Last summer it was critical. I mean, the Castor River was basically dried up. So I just think it's not wasteful use of water, like, washing driveways and that when you wash your car, you put so the water just doesn't run away. There's many different factors that people could be implementing to preserve water. And like you said, rain barrels, Councillor Laurent mentioned that. When this isn't a thing that's recommended just for people on wells. This is something that is recommended for all people who use water, and it's at our disposal. One thing that was in the report that jumped out at me, though, Monsieur Bourgon, was I would recommend a time of day, because when people are watering at high noon, the water's just evaporating away. So usually early morning or evening is the best time to water if people are trying to water their lawns. And again, it's I understand new sod, but many people never water their lawns, and they have healthy lawns, and they don't have the sprinkler going back and forth or it running down the driveway. So I think there is an educational component to this, and just to realize that we're all using water, and it's not endless. Okay. So especially when the water levels are low, I mean, it's putting a constraint on the system wherever you live.
Okay, thank you very much. Conseil Brisson.
Just the first question I have is, I know that it's normal that during the summer we're taking more water, but is it that it's coming too low to be critical for if there was a fire that you want to put the ban? And if so, can't we ask the City of Ottawa to supply more water to us during summer compared to winter, so that we have the supplies that we make sure not to run too low? That's my first question.
Monsieur Bourgon?
We cannot increase, with our current agreement with the City of Ottawa, we cannot increase the water coming from the city. To answer the other question about the fire protection, on regular or normal use, no, we always maintain our fire protection. We've seen days like the real peak or the extreme. Yes, we've seen days that we were close to we didn't have any fire protection, or it was just like on that edge. But those are a few peaks that we addressed in the last several years, in the last few years, I should say.
Yeah, it's not currently the case.
No.
Yeah, but if you're saying that it's too low and we cannot have more from Ottawa, and we want to put a regulation right now, so we cannot have like the supply of 417 and a lot of major project right now.
So just to clarify, Monsieur Brisson, he stated numerous times that we are not too low.
But he did state it at first that we had a few times that it was coming too low. But
in the past, and it's been addressed. Correct, Monsieur Brisson?
Oui, exactement. Donc, nous avons eu des moments où oui, c'est arrivé. Mais depuis ce temps-là, on a fait des ajustements opérationnels pour éviter que ça se reproduise. OK,
il y a des changements qui ont été faits. Parce que mon autre point, c'était pour supporter justement les commentaires de conseiller Tarnowski puis de Lorrain, que le consommateur, comme c'est là nos résidents, ils payent pour. Ça fait qu'ils ne vont pas gaspiller l'eau nécessairement. Oui, il y a de l'éducation à faire, mais vu qu'ils payent pour, tu ne vas pas la remettre pour rien. Puis si on dit que tu ne peux pas laver ton char le odd parce que c'est le samedi, mais tu peux te descendre au car wash puis le faire laver, what's the good sense of it? Comme tu vas prendre moins d'eau que même le nouveau car wash. Puis l'autre point que je voulais amener, c'est que oui, en général, la tourbe, tu ne l'arroses pas nécessairement, mais on a tellement de nouveaux projets qu'ils installent la tourbe direct au début, comme qu'ils installent la tourbe, je veux dire, au mois de juillet, août, que tu n'as pas le choix les premiers 2 semaines d'en arroser à tous les 2 jours. Puis ça va revenir à la même chose pour l'autre quantité. Tu vas en prendre plus dans une journée, mais tu vas en prendre pas dans l'autre. Ça fait que si tu le sépares sur 2 jours, tu reviens à la même quantité d'eau au bout, là. Fait que c'est pour ça que, comme il a dit, je suis 100% encouragé de barrer, mais je le sais aussi par ma résidence à la ferme que de l'eau barrée pour arroser même un petit jardin, tu es correct pour une couple de jours, mais après ça, là, you run out, ça fait que tu as besoin de l'arroser. Fait que c'est pour ça, moi, je ne veux pas être d'accord à mettre ça imposé permanent. Je comprends très bien comme c'est là avec le problème d'Ottawa, mais de mettre ça permanent, j'ai un problème. Merci.
Merci. Other questions, comments? Councillor Lorrain?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure it was understood that I have no issue with when if there's an issue in Ottawa or if our fire services are getting low, then yeah, I can understand a temporary ban, 2-3 days, whatever you need. It's a transparent process and people understand why they're being restricted. It's when we just say, we have a complete, ban on, and even though it's alternate days, it would be a ban on between June, whatever the dates were, June and end of August. I can't justify that to the residents who are paying for that service. So that's where I understand when you need it. I understand when it's a requirement. But I think it has to be in conjunction as well. If we decide, from a drought perspective, like we did last year, that it's hard to justify when Ottawa doesn't go into the drought and they don't restrict and we're restricting. So we're a lot smaller user than they are. So I just want to make sure that we understand that the differences there. So again, I think this has already been asked to be pulled out, but if it hasn't been, I'll ask to pull it out.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll give my 2 cents real quick. I'm sure we'll have further discussion, but just for clarification, Mr. Bourgon, if there is a level 1 critical drought going on in the township area and everybody starts conserving their water and, cutting in half the amount of water they're using, that actually doesn't help the people who are on a well system, correct? We're talking about 2 different systems. We're getting our water from Ottawa. So as much as we sympathize with everybody that's going through the drought, the actions we will take to preserve water will actually have 0 impact to help our residents in that situation, correct?
That's correct.
Right. So for me, I agree with the program as a promotional tool that we use this type to ask residents. I prefer education to regulation. I think that, we can go further with a carrot than we can with the stick in this instance. I'd even say, let's put some kind of incentive program or competition to help, promote this as a township and people could actually win something. I mean, at the end of the day, we're going to spend dollars to enforce this. We could might as well just have education and competition and, use those funds in a promotion style. So we'll continue discussing it when that's separate, but I tend to agree. I favor education as opposed to regulation. So, all right, we'll move on to the next item. The next item is a request from Villa Sainte-Thérèse, report ISWW 01-2021. That council receives report ISWW 01-2021 dated June 21st, 2021. That council gives direction to the administration on how to proceed. Questions, comments, members of council? We have this report. Saint Villa is asking for request. I believe it was 5,000, Monsieur Bourgon. Or sorry, c'est-tu 5,000 ou 2,500?
Donc, ce qu'ils nous demandent, c'est de faire une partie que normalement, ce serait de leur part de préparer l'entente puis de faire évaluer leur système. Donc, ils demandent à l'administration d'entreprendre cet exercice-là. Donc, nous allons devoir avoir appel à de l'assistance extérieure. Donc, les services requis pour rencontrer leurs demandes s'élèvent à environ 7 500 $.
Eux autres, ils demandent, mais le total qu'ils demandent, eux autres?
Ben, c'est dans le fond, ils demandent à l'administration d'accomplir ces tâches-là.
OK.
Mais pour rencontrer leurs demandes, je vais devoir faire appel à de l'aide extérieure. Donc, les services requis, c'est un total de 7 500 $ environ.
5 000 légal puis 2 500 pour l'autre.
Exactement.
Okay. Perfect. Questions, Councillor Saucier?
Yeah, I'm just wondering for an institution like that, like, you know, when people are homeowners are on septic systems, you know, it's up to them to properly maintain their septic system. Do we know if they were doing that?
Monsieur Bourgon?
Unfortunately, I don't have that information. I believe so just by looking at the time frame that the system's been in use. They are working right now with the ministry because of the size. So it's not even South Nation. It's from it's really a Ministry of the Environment that looks over those type of system. So that's the only type of info I can really give council about how they were maintaining their system.
Okay, merci.
Monsieur Bourgon, this is your report. This is pretty much the only type of institution in this scenario within the township?
Yes, exactly. For that size, it's the only institution on this that are on the septic system.
Okay, so this is a non-for-profit organization. They're asking $7,500 in essence to help make sure that they're doing things properly moving forward, which might have an impact on the township if it was never ever not done properly. Council, we're looking for direction. Conseil Brisson?
I know that it's not usual that we give money to private identity, I would say, but as you did mention, it's a non-profit organization, so I will tend to agree with that amount, that it's not, especially that our donation are not that much used the 2 last year with COVID, so it would be something to help, but it's a bit 50-50 to say, oh, it's on a private property, some other will ask, but since it's a lot of residents for a big time, I would be ready to consider it.
Okay, merci beaucoup. Conseil Laurent?
Yeah, so if I read correctly, the fund, if council wished, the funds would come from the sewer reserve, from a reserve, I'm assuming, or from the operational budget, and we would be able to accommodate that this year with no changes to anything?
Yes, Councillor Laurent, it would come from the operational budget, and at this time there's money available from the current budget to finance those operation. And also, as I tried to explain in the report, those funds or the money used could be put on that annual payment or annual disbursement that they need to put in reserve to recoup some of those funds. So that's an option available for council.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Other questions or comments? We need to give Monsieur Leduc.
Madame le conseil, juste pour être clair, le conseiller Brisson a dit qu'on doit faire un don à une entreprise privée. C'est pas le cas du tout. C'est l'administration qui assume de faire du travail qu'eux auraient dû faire, puis que nous, on va absorber parmi nos frais opérationnels dans le budget. Donc, il n'y a pas de question de fonds communautaires, là, du community grant. C'est pas ça qu'on parle du tout. C'est pas un don qu'on fait au privé.
OK. Merci beaucoup. Merci pour la clarification. My thoughts. Look, it's I don't think I've ever seen many requests coming out of Villa for donations. I think maybe for a Christmas party here and there over the years. I think it's something that we have on our pre-approved, but realistically, this is more of an environmental safeguard to make sure that everything's done properly. So I lean towards helping them out with the work. I see Conseil Lorrain is in agreement. Yeah, so we'll have to make just to make sure give direction. So we'll have to pull this item out and make an amendment with the direction that we want to give at that point. Okay. Next one, item K, rehabilitation of the bridge R017 report ISPW 11/2021. That council receives report ISPW 11/2021 dated June 7, 2021, and approves the proposed bylaw to award a contract and to authorize the entry into an agreement with Urban Link Civil Limited for the rehabilitation of the bridge R017 on St. Joseph Road for $955,000 plus $16,808 for a total of $971,808. This amount includes 1.76% of non-refundable HST. That council authorizes to increase this project's budget by $111,808 and that the mayor and the clerk be authorized to sign the agreement. Questions, comments, members of council? We've had this discussion in the past. If there is no questions, anything to add, Monsieur Bourgon?
Following last council meeting, we did seek more legal advice, and council will see a revised letter part of the staff report to reflect the proper direction that was given by staff.
Perfect. Thank you very much. If there's no questions, we'll move on to the next item. Item I, politique des arbres et bancs commémoratifs, rapport PR 12-2021. Que le conseil reçoit le rapport PR 12-2021 daté du 21 juin 2021 et 1. Adopte le règlement proposé afin d'adopter la politique des arbres et des bancs commémoratifs et 2. Abrage l'ancien règlement 59-2014. Questions, comments, members of council? No questions, anything to add, Madame Guittard?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. No, it was mostly cleaning up of the policy. It's been 7 years, so we thought that it was kind of time to increase the prices.
Fair enough, can understand that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on to the next item. Item M, Community Grants and Contributions Policy Report PR 13-2021. The council receives the information report PR 13-2021 dated June 21st, 2021, and 1. Approves the proposed bylaw to adopt the revised community grants and contributions policy, and 2. Repeals the previous bylaw 80-2014. Questions, comments, members of council? Councillor Tanoski?
Thank you. I just want to confirm that this has gone through the Parks and Rec Committee. So comments included there and changes included there are with recommendations from the PRAC Committee.
Okay, thank you. Madame Guittard, anything to add?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. No, I think we did as council had voiced the last time also that we came to council, and the PRAC seconded those comments, so that's why we decided to go forth with the changes, and we did all the little changes that we had discussed previously at council that last meeting. So basically, I think the policy's been cleaned out.
Okay, I do have a question on page 3 under item B, ineligibility. Number 9 is the section I think that was crossed out with the committee recommendation, but I just want to make sure if we remove section 9, the other sections still apply. For example, if a request simply came in under like number 7, organizations with which provide 7 activities benefiting the organization members only. So for example, an organization is doing whatever activity and it's only going to benefit them and not the community as a whole, then they're ineligible for those activities, correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. And I would then proceed to bring a report to council to refuse and not recommend the application, and council, like always, would have the last word.
Perfect. Awesome. Any other questions? Councillor Lorrain?
More just a comment. I thank you for taking it back and going to the committee with it. And I can see that there were some updates done. So I think the process worked, and I appreciate all the hard work of everybody in bringing this back. So thank you.
Thank you. Next item N, Jonathan Petrie Park Fundraising Report, PR 14-2021. That council receives report PR 14-2021 dated June 21st, 2021, and approves 1, the fundraising plan for the Jonathan Petrie Park, and 2, the creation of a GoFundMe page for the project. Questions, comments, members of council? I think this is a first initiative for us in regards to GoFundMe. But I do believe that there's quite a good amount of people who would look forward to contributing to this park. So I think that this is a good initiative. Anything to add, Madame Guital?
Thank you, Mayor, Mr. Mayor, members of council. No, I think it's going to be a first trial for us, obviously, because fundraising right now is almost not possible for any community groups or even us. So this is what we thought could maybe work for us, and we'd like to try it.
Thank you very much. And I think the fact that GoFundMe is not just local, it is international. Anybody who's been following Jonathan through his life was touched in all sorts of places across North America and Europe. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see funds coming in from all over the world. So merci beaucoup.
And can I just add, Mr. Mayor, we'll still be looking for other sources also. We're not stopping there. So if there are other sources or other community groups, we're still looking in that. So just to confirm that.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to Councillor Associate.
Sorry. No, it was just a quick question. Do we have a cap on the GoFundMe? I didn't notice. Just, you know, I could see quite a substantial amount, like you said, Mr. Mayor, and I'm just wondering, are we capping it, or are we just let it sort of explode?
Madame Guital?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. No, there's no cap. You usually establish a goal. So basically, if you reach your goal and you want to stop there, you can stop your GoFundMe page, and that's where it stops. But if you feel that you want to go on and see where it could bring you, you can still do that. So that's all possible.
Who knows? We might get a lot more funds than we're expecting, and the park might get a lot bigger than we're expecting. So that might, yeah. Councillor Alain?
Is it possible to, I don't know if everyone's on social media or not, but to maybe tag members of council in Facebook and Twitter at least, or maybe even, I don't know what other medias that are being utilized right now, but that way their members of council could then start spreading it out to others as well, on top of just the community. So
my suggestion would be maybe we all follow the municipal Facebook page and Twitter page and that stuff. I wouldn't necessarily tag members of council, but members of council should keep an eye out for it. The staff can send us an email, let us know that it has been put out. That way we can jump on board and start sharing it. I don't think we want to get into the habit of getting tagged, and you know, where some members of might get tagged or not tagged, personal account versus political account. I mean, social media, there's so many different aspects, right? So we can get an email and we can all go on our own individual pages and share that information. Any other questions, comments? Councillor Czernoski?
Yeah, I would even recommend that we challenge each other on fundraising goals. I'm just saying. See you out there.
Nice. Awesome. Okay. If there's no further comments, we'll move on to the next one. Item O, Embrun Public Library Agreement Renewal Report CAO 06-2021. The council receives report CAO 06-2021 dated June 21st, 2021. And 1, approve the proposed bylaw to renew the agreements with the Conseil Scolaire de District catholique de l'Est ontarien for the leasing of school board property for the operation of the Embrun Public Library at the Embrun Catholic School, Pavillon La Croisée, to repeal the previous bylaw 2016-094. Questions, comments, members of council? Councillor Saucier?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, did we look at the issue of access to the library, like when the school is closed, as we, sort of an agreement in our renewal? Because, I mean, we did have issues during COVID, and I'm just wondering if there was discussion on that.
Monsieur Leduc?
Obviously, Mr. Mayor, conseil, obviously, we had to deal with COVID restrictions, and the school board had to impose on us some of these restrictions, either from the health unit or from their own Ministry of Education. But mind you, through some emails, we were able to share emails between the administrations so that the staff at the library could go in and update their computer systems. Now, was it perfect? No. Would they have wished to go further, much more often, or provide a service to the residents more quickly, or curbside more quickly? Sure. But I guess here they're being cautious and still relying on restrictions from the province. So we discussed about it, but no amendments were raised part of the lease agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Leduc. Apologies, dog started barking, so I muted myself. Councillor Tarnowski.
Happy to support this, and I hope it's the last one and that we can cut through it at some point way early.
Thank you. Conseiller Lorrain.
Yeah, I think everyone knows my stance on the Embrun Library being in the school. However, I'm not going to request that this item be taken out, but I'm going to state that my agreeing to the extension on this is in no means my agreement in the location of the actual library, and that all it's doing is ensuring that we have a library there available to us until a decision is made on a library branch. So I won't ask for it to be removed, and I will vote in favor probably of the whole list of items under consent, but I just wanted to share that it's not by my best choice that I would say that I want this to be continued, but I know that we need to have the service there. So.
Okay, thank you. No further questions. We'll move on to the next item. Next item is P, the Environmental Advisory Committee Recommendation 2021-01, budget increase to improve tree coverage and/or green spaces. That council receives recommendation 2021-01 dated June 2nd, 2021 from Environmental Advisory Committee with respect to increase 2022 budget for tree planting on municipal property to $50,000 a year for the next 5 years in order to increase the tree coverage. Questions, comments, members of council? At this point in time, the recommendation is simply to receive. This is a budget recommendation, so it will be discussed at budget time. I believe we are currently at $30,000 for tree planting, if I remember well. So this is talking about a $20,000 increase. Is that correct, Councillor Saucier?
Yes, and I just did want to comment on Madame Guittard's tree and bench, like the price increase, as you notice how expensive, a decent caliber tree is. So, it's still not a lot of trees. So that's why we considered an increase being necessary in order to accomplish what we hope to accomplish.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions, members of council? Okay, we'll move on to the next item. Item Q, Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee Recommendation 2021-02 for the Rec Complex. That council receives recommendation number 2021-002 from the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee dated June 14, 2021, and give the direction to the administration to investigate the following additional options for the recreational complex project. For outdoors, A, permanent outdoor rink that could be used year-round, field, ice, hockey, lacrosse, etc. B, barbecue picnic tables area. And for indoors, C, a yoga fitness room classroom, and D, spaces for lectures, meetings. Yeah, questions, comments, members of council? Did Chair, Councillor Tarnowski, did you want to say a word?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is just from our meetings and reviewing all the information, data collected in the presentation. There were additional comments that came from the members, and these items stood out, and so we wanted to put them on record as recommendations from the PRAC. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I think for outdoors, staff has taken note, and that'll be part of the discussions when we get to that next phase in the evaluation. For indoors, if I remember the plan well, we did have rooms that were specific community spaces. Is that correct, Madame Guital?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. We have some meeting rooms and yoga classrooms possible, and these spaces have been identified already.
Okay, perfect. So it's just to have a recommendation on record. Okay. Any further questions? No, we'll move on to the next item. Item R. R, recommandation du comité consultatif des parcs et loisirs 2021-003, Parc Richelieu et Brisson. Que le conseil reçoit la recommandation 2021-003 du comité consultatif des parcs et loisirs datée du 14 juin 2021 et donne la directive à l'administration de contacter la conservation de la Nation Sud pour voir s'il serait intéressé d'établir un partenariat avec la municipalité afin d'aménager un circuit pédestre pour allonger le circuit existant du parc Richelieu et pour créer un circuit dans le parc Brisson. Questions, commentaires? Chair, did you want to speak to this one?
Sure, again, and this is again coming from a Parks and Rec meeting, a recommendation that was shared by all members of the committee and wanting to bring this forth. And I do believe that part of this recommendation was already previously discussed at council, but it was still believed by the committee that it should be brought forward and that they would like to see us give direction to staff around these items. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Madame Guital, but didn't we have conversations in the past with South Nation in regards, I don't think Brisson Park because it's a new park, but Parc Richelieu?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Yes, there was a quick discussion with one of the representatives from South Nation at that time, and he had confirmed that they had no intention of doing maintenance or taking ownership of the Richelieu walking trails.
Okay, perfect. Just to clarify, Mr. Chair, in this recommendation, when we talk about partnership, are we talking about building or simply maintaining, like as far as a partnership goes?
Thank you. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in terms of the Parc Richelieu, there are trails already, so it's more around maintenance and ensuring that the quality of the trail is accessible to pedestrians, but also perhaps families with push carts and so on. And when it comes to the Brisson Park, it was to establish trails because that's a new park that's going to be coming on, connected to the existing trail. Or to the existing our recreational trail that we have. And so just to set up a trail network in there if you want, just to add some features, some additional areas for our residents to enjoy. But yes, it would be in terms of a partnership.
Okay, Conseil Brisson?
Yeah, just to add that even at Richelieu, there would be some new trail that was recommended to make with South Nation, just to have some loop at 2 different places, but it's just that they would just help to kind of place the trail, I would say, to have the drawing of it and what has to be done. That's why it's partnership with it, and because I know that South Nation is not interested of the ownership, but it's just for I know that they have some staff that has done it before and so having some suggestion and to go around.
Okay, thank you very much. Just as Vice Chair of South Nation, just to make you guys aware, there are considerable changes happening at the provincial level with the Conservation Authorities Act. which will potentially dramatically change the way the South Nation conservation operates. So partnerships, that kind of stuff, there's going to be some changes that will, I think, really affect how they're going to operate. Hopefully the province takes note of the comments that South Nation is making, and the staff are wonderful and everything, but it might not be status quo like it has been for the last 75 years. There might be limitations moving forward in the future as to what South Nation is able to do. So just so you're aware, when it comes to taxation levies, it's going to change how they're able to spend those levies. So, but this is really just asking South Nation if they're interested, if they can provide something basic and not any costs necessarily. Monsieur Leduc, comment ça?
Monsieur le maire, je me pose la question, est-ce que le conseil est intéressé pour commencer à conseiller ce projet-là? Parce qu'en quelque part, why would you seek assistance and partnership if we're not even sure yet we're ready to invest in this project? So seeking, to me, the resolution only says to look at asking them the question.
Yep.
We're not even sure yet what to ask for because we don't even know what it's all about. So for me, it would limit itself to say, are you ready to partner and in what capacity? But to start discussions on the size of this project or the amount of money involved in this project, council should need to be briefed beforehand and really give a clear direction as to where we go with this, because right now it's only asking them if there is an interest, to me. Anyways, the way it's written right now.
Yeah, and I think that's where we start. Contact South Nation. Is there an interest? If they say no, then they've made their decision. They have many parks that they take care of. So realistically, I think they're in a position that any extra work that we're going to ask from them is going to be a partnership in the sense we're going to have to pay the bill for the services they're going to offer us. So I think as per the recommendation, we ask them if they're interested. If they are interested, Madame Guitard can just come back to council with a verbal report stating that they've stated they're interested and what they would require from our end to continue this discussion. Is that fair, members of council? Conseiller Brisson?
Yeah, the way I see it, it's more to have a kind of a design of a trail with the space that we have. That's why if we can check and if there's any money to come back to the council, that's why the council has the final say on it.
Yeah, well, right now what the resolution reads, be it resolved that the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee recommends to council to give the direction to the administration to contact South Nation Conservation to see if they would be interested to establish a partnership with the township in order to develop a pedestrian circuit to extend the existing circuit in Richelieu Park and to create a circuit in Brisson. So we're not establishing a circuit at this point. We're just asking them if they're interested, and they can give us their feedback, and then they'll be able to come back to council and we can decide at that point in time. Okay, everybody okay with that? Yeah, okay, we'll move on to the next one. Item S, that council receives recommendation number 2021-004 from the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee dated June 14, 2021, and give the direction to the administration to identify corrective measures and to present an estimate to the associated cost to improve the Nakamas Park Trail in the spring. I'll start off with the chair. Any comments from the chair on this one? Then I have a few questions.
Yeah, so this is the one that I believe was already brought to council, but it was again a move by the PRAC committee that believes that this is something that should be addressed in terms of certainly flooding issues on that trail in the spring.
Okay, Madame Guitard, the question will be towards you. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this item has been brought to council on numerous occasions. We've had a direction from council already similar to this, and we've approached both the UCPR and South Nation, and they were both not interested in doing any work on this property. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Yeah, that is correct.
Okay, so I guess the question is, we've dealt with this issue 2-3 times already. Do we want to change our minds and move forward, or, you know, this was brought up twice at budget time already? Conseiller Lorrain?
Can you remind me who maintains this site?
So we pay for, it's owned by the UCPR. We pay South Nation to take care of it. Is that correct, Madame Guital?
That's right. We give a portion of the maintenance fees to South Nation to maintain the park.
And in this case, when we're talking about Nagamas Park, it's in relation to, there's a drainage issue, correct, at one portion of the park? That seems to be the problem.
Well, as it was stated back in 2019 by one of our infrastructure manager and one of the representative from South Nation, it could be a drainage issue, but it's more than drainage. Apparently the parcel of land that is involved in the flooding in the spring would have to be elevated and drainage, proper drainage be installed. So there's substantial work to be done and probably substantial amount of money to be spent.
Okay.
So, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
So then wouldn't this be a UCPR issue if they own the park?
Yeah, the UCPR, I've raised this question multiple times at the UCPR. They don't want to invest any money in this park. La Rose Forest is a 5-10 minute drive from there, and that's where they concentrate their funds. So they have no interest in investing in this park at this time. Conseiller Brisson and Conseiller Associé.
Yeah, it was just mentioned that it's to evaluate because they could be expensive solution, but I really think that there could be really cheap solution just to raise the track at the one place that is problem. But that's why, since it's in town, and I know that we all did approach as you did mention, the United Counties, they're ready to put millions in Forêt-la-Rose, but no cents at all in Nokomis. But it's a park that is really used a lot from the residents directly that walk there, whether with their kids or with their dogs. So that's why I said if we can look for something, a cheap solution, that's the only thing I was asking. And as has been asked before, whenever I was on the committee, cheap solution, but that work. As I was saying, it's just the trail at the west end of the park that is a bit too low, and it's kind of swampy in the spring. And that's the problem.
Thank you very much. I think it's important to note that the UCPR has in the forest sections in the spring that are swampy and the trails are simply closed for that section of park, but they don't repair and try and do all that amount of work to all those sections that are affected in the springtime. They simply close that section, and then once it dries up, then it opens back up. Councillor Saucier and then Conseiller Tarnowski.
Yeah, so I guess it probably depends again on the season and the spring, because I was in that park a lot this year and didn't see any of flooding or any issue whatsoever. I would say I was in there at least once a week all winter and spring and up to recently. And I agree with Councillor Brisson. It's a very well utilized park. It's a beautiful park. It's a really nice, maybe half-hour, 40-minute loop. It's great for families with kids, and I think it's really important to maintain it. So I think it's kind of unfortunate, but like I say, I haven't seen that issue of the flooding. I didn't see it this year myself, so I'm just not sure. But maybe as a council, we could sort of again encourage Upper Canada or Prescott Russell, United Counties, and South Nation to have a look at the trails to maintain them, especially during COVID, it was utilized so much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Tarnowski, and then
So there was flooding in the spring. in the back end of it, the whole section is flooded. If you were lucky enough to go when there was still ice, it's not bad, but there was definitely flooding. I agree with Councillor Brisson that it seems to be that it shouldn't be that big of an issue to just add some gravel there in the back and just elevate it at least a section. I agree that, one of the key words that we use in that park is that it's a circuit. Well, if you can't do half, like the whole back half, you can't get around it, then it's no longer a circuit. So again, this is a recommendation that came from the PRAC as something that we should try to resolve, understanding that there's other forces at hand here, but it would be good if we somehow applied some sort of pressure or something from our end to try to resolve that annual problem, because I believe it is an annual problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Conseiller Lorrain?
Yeah, I don't want to make it sound like I'm not in favor of something getting done, because I absolutely would love something to get done. It's just who's going to pay for it, right? And what are those costs to identify and then fix the problem? And whether it's manpower or capital cost, it's not a township owned property, and in fact we pay South Nation to maintain it when the UCPR actually own it. So to me, it's I think the only thing we can do, and although I've already heard from the mayor that it's a futile effort, is council passing a resolution here for him to bring back to the United Counties to get some money invested in that park. I mean, I'm more than happy to support that. But again, is it going to do anything? According to what was just said, probably not. And then where does that leave us, right? But again, it's not our park, unfortunately. And are we willing to spend money into fixing that park? And then what's the next park that we're going to have to fix, or the next area that we don't own that we're going to be asked to look into? So I just, have concerns from that perspective.
Okay. Thank you. Conseiller Brisson, conseiller associé.
And that's why the resolution is just to present an estimate of the associate cost. Then we can discuss whatever we want for the amount, who's paying for, but that's why the resolution right now is just to find a simple solution to that problem and to see at what cost. But as I was saying, not to involve engineer and everything, at the lowest cost that we can come solution with, and then we can discuss of who's going to pay and what we do.
I think for clarification though, I think Madame Guitard already stated that we had staff go on site, we had South Nation go on site, and they said it's not a simple fix. And it's a potentially a large project, and they gave their opinion. So what else are you looking for? Are you looking for Joe Blow in the backyard to say, oh, just dump some gravel on there? Or like, what are we looking for?
No, but there's a difference on having something well drained and something that the people are able just to walk, because you can see any trail, whether it's in Ottawa or even at La Forêt-la-Rose, that they had just put some dirt or some dust, and on both sides it had kept a swamp. So that's why I'm just asking, look at the simple solution and come with the cost of it, and if it's feasible with this, and the cost, as we did mention, whenever the Limoges committee is starting back up, it might be one of their fundraising to have it whenever we give them the permission, and they say, okay, it's one load of dust that it's need, and that's it. So that's
I guess my question is, and maybe Monsieur Leduc, you can help me out here, is staff and South Nation have gone and looked at this and said it's not a small, simple solution. Councillor Brisson is saying he wants it to be a small solution. Where does that put us as far as the administration goes? Monsieur Leduc?
Monsieur le maire, membre du conseil, my reading of the resolution says calls for corrective measures. They don't qualify the number. They don't qualify the complexity or the cost of it. I've heard many times tonight to say, find me the simplest solution, but that's not what the recommendation is mentioning. And to identify all options regarding corrective measures, that would mean to have engineers or have somebody professional come in and assess the issue. So to me, the resolution does not reflect what council members are saying tonight, and I would like to have a clear direction on that.
Okay, thank you, Monsieur Leduc. Well, we'll remove this one item to vote on it separately. Any other comments, Councillor Saucier?
Yes, thank you. So that particular park is within our township boundaries, right?
That is correct.
That is correct. So I guess my comment would be is that, you know, we would look into it, or this recommendation, at least look into it for the residents that use the park. And it's not just the residents of Limoges. I know a lot of people go and utilize that park. So, you know, I'm okay with the recommendation.
So just to be clear, the recommendation, as Monsieur Leduc stated, the way it's worded, we're going to have to hire an engineer to go look at this to find corrective measures. That's what the resolution states right now. We don't have any idea what the costs are, but to simply look at it, we're going to have to hire engineers to go have a look. So from my perspective, if this piece of parcel of land is so important to the township, then, you know, let's pass a resolution that we want it, and we will take ownership of it. And then we can, you know, maybe we give it to South Nation directly and work on it that way. I mean, you know, that's never been a direction of council. It's always been, let's fix this problem. But if council really wants this and really wants to potentially invest funds and take responsibility over this whole parcel of land, then let's knock at the UCPR's door, give me that direction, and I'll try and get it for $1. You know, if that's really what we want. But again, there's implications to that. If we take ownership of that land, everything that comes with it might have an impact. And I would like, before we move to that stage, that we have a report from staff indicating what's the impact of that decision. Even if we take it for $1, what's going to be the maintenance requirements? How much is that going to affect asset management? That's the kind of stuff we need to make an informed decision if we decide to go that route. But this resolution, as it stands right now, is basically give the direction to the administration to identify corrective measures and to present an estimate to the associated costs. Well, that portion, identify corrective measures, has costs associated to it. So I think that's the important part to keep here. Conseiller Brisson, Conseiller Tarnowski.
Okay, I'll just to mention that resolution, whenever since it's separated, we can just ask that if we add some gravel, just having the opinion of the South Nation, that if we add some gravel on the trail, if it would work to solve the problem with the spring. That's the thing. But for the other point, it's just that, you know, as well as I do, because you did talk to the staff at the park, at the United Counties, they're not interested at all to give, even to sell that land of parcel, because they don't want to give it at the lease, because
so just for clarification, Conseiller Brisson, if I'm going to spend capital, political capital, I'm not going to do it on fixing a trail. I'm going to do it on trying to get that piece of land.
You can try.
I think if council gives me that direction, once, of course, as I mentioned, that we get feedback from the staff on this, because it's very, you know, we're talking about a 40, 50 acre piece of land. But there are examples of the counties giving land to other municipalities right now. So that's why I'm saying we have to have that conversation if that's where council wants to go. So I think from my perspective, I'll be voting against this motion this evening, but I would be happy to give direction for staff to come back and tell us what the impacts would be if we actually own that piece of land, how it would affect the corporation.
I'm just asking a load of gravel anyways.
But then in that case,
Anyways,
that should have
I'll
that should have been the recommendation coming forward to council, and not that it's identify corrective measures. I think that's important. Members of council have to remember how resolutions are worded and how they come as recommendations to council. So, any other further thoughts? Councillor Tarnowski?
Well, 2 points. So I thank you very much for the insight in terms of the possible twist in this resolution. We do list it as one of the parks inventory on our website. So a lot of the residents do not see, even though there's good signage saying that it's owned by South Nations. A lot of residents don't distinct the difference between like ownership and who's responsible. And so you see it very much on the social media sites when they're complaining about aspects around that park. And so I think it's a good idea to investigate the impact of that, and I'll follow in that direction when we get to that point. That's 1 point. Secondly, I just want to go back to how this resolution was written. Just for the record, it does talk about specifically about the west area. So perhaps it wasn't as clear as it should be, but I think it was like we were asking specifically for one part of the trail to be looked at. So I'm not sure how much more detail. Should we submit pictures next time and just some additional clarification on that, please? Just to make sure that I'm submitting the resolutions properly and that our committee does that properly.
So in this case, like I say, the direction is give the direction to the administration to identify corrective measures. So staff have already done that. They've already said that it's they don't have the expertise. It's not an easy solution. That being said, like once that direction, but it seems that the committee isn't satisfied with that and is asking for more. And Madame Guital, correct me if I'm wrong, your earlier statement is that you'd have to get somebody else to come and evaluate this piece.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that's right. That's what I had received at the time from the infrastructure manager.
Okay, so 2 years ago, the infrastructure manager and South Nation went on site, said this is not necessarily an easy fix. There's a lot more to it, and I got to give it to South Nation. We might think that it's just dropping gravel on the ground, but they're thinking it from all environmental aspects. So they obviously they don't want to do something and turn around and hurt the environment in another way. They're looking from all different aspects. So I think it's just in this case it's just the wording, how it was given direction. And again, we've discussed this in the past, so it's not new information. Conseil Larrain?
Yeah, just to move this forward, can we just have this one removed? And I'm gonna make a suggestion that we push this to maybe Madame Guittard to come back with a report at the next meeting on the resolution and the options, similar to what you mentioned. What are all the options for this? Put in the report that was done previously. Do we have an engineer on staff that could go take a look? So we don't have to hire somebody externally. Could they do a preliminary review if one already hasn't been done? And then just report back to us with any options that staff would recommend for this, whether it be purchasing or fixing or something like that. Is that reasonable?
Yep. Well, the item is separate, so yeah, we make that suggestion when we get to it, and then we'll move forward. Okay. Next item. Item T. Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee recommendation, community grants and contributions policy. The council receives recommendation number 2021-005 from the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee dated June 14th, 2021, and gives the direction to the administration to remove section 2B, 9, and 10 from the community grants and policy. That's already included in what we did earlier, so I don't think we need discussion on that one. Item U. Recommandation du comité sur la diversité, l'équité et l'inclusion communautaire 2021-002, l'utilisation des pronoms pour l'identité de genre. que le conseil reçoit la recommandation 2021-002 datée du 14 juin 2021 du comité sur la diversité, l'équité et l'inclusion communautaire concernant le document proposé sur l'utilisation des pronouns pour l'identité de genre. Questions, comments, members of council on this one? Councillor Tarnowski.
So I just want to congratulate the committee on this first recommendation. I think it's a fantastic one, especially around the educational and training aspect of it. In reading the information, the use of pronouns, I have to say I'm in the public service, and it already enlightened me very quickly. So I think it's a great recommendation. Really happy to see the committee moving forward with some great initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? Seeing, hearing none, we'll move on to the next one. Item V, Community Diversity, Equity and Inclusion Committee, Recommendation 2021-003. That council receives recommendation 2021-003 dated June 14, 2021 from the Community Diversity, Equity and Inclusion Committee with respect to the multicultural calendar. Questions, comments, members of council? Councillor Saucier?
Yeah, I just think this is great also, and it just gives us something to look at and know the certain dates and what have you. And because I know also the library is doing things like where with the new lights they got, they're changing colors for different periods. So this will also aid the library to have all these dates. So thank you.
Thank you. I think this is a living document as things come up, as discussions occur. Staff, from their perspective, will be able to, make changes, additions, that kind of stuff. So it's really happy with the committee and the work they did on this one. Move on. Item 12, reports from an investigator and ombudsman. We have none. 13, notice motions. We have none. Item 14, question period on the meeting of the day. As mentioned previously, Councillor Lorraine, you had before I go there?
Yeah, I just noticed, because I had it up, that we dismissed one, but I think it was a question from the person who has on King Street. So yeah, I think she made that original one, and it was dismissed. So maybe you can go in there and read it.
Yeah, well, I dismissed it because it wasn't a question; it was just a statement. So that's why it's a question period.
Sorry, I just noticed that something was dismissed, and I thought it was for being anonymous and not for being not a question. So
no. So yeah. So just a reminder for members of the public. It is a question period. You have to state your name for the record. If you don't state your name and address for the record, and it's anonymous, the question is not addressed, and it's not a comments section. It is a question period. So first one is Mr. Harry Baker, 208 Force Road. Why is the yearly summer water restriction being put in place? Is there not enough water available for the expected growth of the new subdivisions? We addressed that in our discussions. It has nothing to do with lack of capacity. It is simply the ideology of preserving water for the fact of conservation. So when we're done, the next one was Stephanie Beauchemin, 1755 King Street. Your plan for King Street will be insufficient. What is your alternative plan? Thank you very much for the comment, Madame Beauchemin. As mentioned, I'm asking, the plan called for 2 speed humps. I've also asked that there be a speed radar sign. We'll have that discussion when we vote on the subject. So I think that all these areas, it's a matter of putting things in place and encourage the police to do their job and do enforcement. And when we see that things are not effective enough, then we can revisit them and try and see how we can improve them further. But I think we have to take the initial step to do something. So thank you very much for the question. With no further questions, on va aller au prochain item. Item 15, résolution. Madame Camille Laflamme, I'll need your help to tell me exactly all of them that were removed.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So it was all except 11B, C, G, I, J, and S.
Okay. Well, it's still in the minority. We had a lot more than that, so we're still going to bunch together. All right. So we'll put them all on the table, and then we'll separate those items. Motion that council approves all recommendations listed on the agenda under item 11, reports from department and council committees. I need a mover and a seconder to put them on the table. Moved by Conseiller Brisson, seconded by Councillor Tarnowski. So I need a mover and a seconder to remove B, C, G, I, J, and S. So moved by Conseiller Lorrain, seconded by Conseiller Brisson. I'll call for the vote on removing all those items.
Mike Tarnowski, yes.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Sosa, yes.
Okay, so those items are pulled off. So I'll call for the vote for every other item. Sorry, go ahead. Call for the vote.
Are we voting or, yeah, okay.
Yeah, they're already on the table, so.
Okay, Michael Tarnowski, yes.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Sosa, yes.
Okay, all the other items are carried. So now we'll move on to them individually. So item B was the authorization to execute a subdivision agreement, report PD 36-2021. Need a mover and a seconder to put on the table. Moved by Councillor Lorrain, seconded by Councillor Tarnowski. We pulled this one aside because I believe we were waiting for information to further discussion from Madame Tremblay.
Yeah, so again, good evening. It's been a while that I didn't speak. So the confirmation is for that plan of subdivision for this phase 4A. It's only 70 lots for single detached dwelling. Okay. When you see all the other numbers, it was for the overall subdivision, so all the phase together. So, but this one is for the moment for 70 lots, single detached and semis.
Okay, and if ever they wanted to make changes in the future, they'd have to come through council to do that. But at this point, and then we could have further discussion if ever that were to happen. Correct?
Yeah, correct, Mr. Mayor. But I just want to point out as well that the size of the lots are the indication that basically they can't do a semi because the frontage is too small. So that's a good precision that basically, unless they merge a lot of lots and then subdivide again to have the 20-meter frontage for semis, then they would have to come back to council no matter what.
Okay, but we're safe at this point in time. There's no
Perfect,
issue.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions, members of council, on this one? Okay, so we have a mover and a seconder. If there's no follow-up questions, I'll call for the vote.
Michael Tarnowski, yes.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Sosa, yes.
Item is carried. Item C was the petition from Moisson Street residents. Need a mover and a seconder to put it on. Conseiller Brisson and Councillor Tarnowski. Questions, comments, discussions? Conseiller Brisson?
Just to know, if we vote against that resolution as it is right now, does it mean that it's just that they will put the sidewalk as on the plan? Just confirmation of this?
Yeah, Monsieur Leduc, staff, correct me if I'm wrong. If this is voted against tonight, it's status quo as was done in the plan of subdivision and it just moves ahead. That correct? Yes, thank you, Monsieur Leduc. That's correct. Okay. Any other questions, Councillor Lorrain?
Or council can add an amendment to change to option, like to go right to option 1 or option 2.
Sorry, option 1 or option 2? Let me just pull it up here.
Under other options to the recommendation.
Yeah, I'm just bringing it up on my iPad here. So yes, of course, yeah. If there's a recommendation or amendment to made to go to another option, that is definitely a possibility. So option one is the position of the infrastructure department is to remove the paved shoulder, but put a sidewalk on St. Pierre Road to connect the subdivision to the existing sidewalk. Approves the remove paved shoulder in exchange for a sidewalk along St. Pierre Road. There should be more details required from the developer as indicated legal notice. remove the proposed sidewalk on Maze Street, and add no parking signs on the south side of Moisson. Option 2, in order to meet the provisions and the intent of the official plan policies, the position of the planning department is to keep the shoulder paved on Moisson Street and the sidewalk on Hybrid, and to remove the sidewalk as proposed on Maze Street to allow residents of the subdivision to move safely from their homes to the bike path or park, remove the proposed sidewalk on Maze Street, and to add no parking signs on the south side of Moisson. So correct me if I'm wrong, Madame Tremblay, if we went with option 2, we still have to go through the subdivision amendment process, correct?
Correct, Mr. Mayor. The bylaw would have to be adopted.
Okay, thank you. Questions, comments, members of council? Councillor Saucier?
Yeah, no, I'm just confused as to what I'm voting on here because, we still don't know why the request is to remove the sidewalks at all. And, I have a concern about that from our, all our safety protocol that we're doing. So I'm not in favor of moving the sidewalks.
Okay, so the recommendation at this point in time is to move forward with a survey of the property owners. So in regards to the survey, again, I mentioned we can, if you go ahead with a survey, I don't, from my perspective, if there's legal issues with Madame Tremblay has said we can do an amendment, I still think it opens the door to people who bought knowing there was a sidewalk and all of a sudden there is no sidewalk. There's a potential liability there. But that's risk management, right? So, but the motion as it's written is that council receives the report ISPW 14/2021 and PD 38/2021 dated June 21st, 2021, and that council members mandate the administration to send a registered letter to all the property owners on Moisson and Maze streets in order to include the link to the survey and obtain their opinion on the proposed change in the plan of subdivision. That council mandates the administration to report back to council once we have received the answers to the survey from the residents to make a decision regarding the removal of the sidewalks. And I guess that'll come back. What happens if it comes back, the survey's 50 keep it, 50 not keep it, right?
Yeah, and that's the thing, like I'm sort of questioning, why are we leaving it up to residents to design the subdivision?
Good point.
Like, it's like, this is something that we have to think about as a township. And like I said, we're implementing all these safety measures and sidewalks is certainly one of them. So not everybody's walking down the middle of the road. And then you got cars and people parking and you got school buses. And we see that in other areas. So yeah, I'm not in favor of I'm in favor of keeping the sidewalks.
Okay, thank you. Conseiller Brisson.
And that's why, Councillor Saucier, I did ask if we vote against it, we're keeping the sidewalk as on the plan, and they could do it right away instead of still waiting later on.
Yeah, merci.
Okay, if there's no further comments, then I'll call for the vote.
Michael Ternosky against.
The recount.
Are we saying for or against, or just fours, or?
Yeah, you're stating your position.
Okay, no, I'm not in favor of this.
I'm against also.
Okay, majority rules, it's carried. So, Monsieur Bourgon, Madame Tremblay, status quo. Next item is item G, which was the pedestrian safety plan report ISPW 16/2021. I need a mover and a seconder to put it on the table. Moved by Councillor Ternosky, seconded by Conseiller Brisson. Questions, comments, amendments? I made the suggestion to put a permanent radar sign on King Street.
Yeah.
Do I have somebody who's willing to move that? Moved by Councillor Ternosky, seconded by Councillor Saucier, to amend to add a permanent sign on King Street. I'll call for the vote on that amendment, and we can have further discussion on others if needed. So I'll call for the vote.
Michael Ternosky, oui.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Saucier, yes.
Thank you very much. That amendment is carried. Any other amendments? Councillor
Mr.
Lorrain.
Mayor?
Wait,
Sorry, I missed the beginning of that. So it was the main motion was Michael Tarnowski and Cindy Saucier as mover seconder.
wait,
And okay, you made an amendment?
yes, and the amendment was, sorry, did I miss the mover and the seconder originally?
Yes, I think so.
Oh,
No.
that's what I,
No,
who
No,
did I have as mover and seconder?
c'est pas moi, Mike puis moi.
Okay, Councillor Tarnowski, Conseiller Brisson for the main motion,
Okay.
and then it was Councillor Tarnowski, puis Councillor Saucier for the amendment.
And the amendment was?
The amendment was to add at the end of the resolution and to install a permanent radar sign on King Street.
Thank you.
Conseiller Lorrain?
Yeah, I just don't know if it's a resolution here or if it's something that I need to bring back in item 18. But again, it's the crossing here in the at York Crossing and Settlement Lane in Russell Trails. On looking at additional options there. So
Okay.
I don't know what's Monsieur de Duc, I'm asking you what makes sense looking at adding something here, or do I bring it back at 18 and request to get it added at 18 and then ask staff to come back with a report at the next meeting?
Monsieur Le Duc?
I think you get it right now. Personally, we're listing all the measures, and if there's one missing, as we just added the one for King Street, it's the same thing. So unless we need to make some studies and cost findings, that might be the question. Depending on what you're asking. If you're asking for a sign, this is what you know.
No, I think Councillor Lorraine's looking for options, which aren't presented in this report. So it's just maybe it's just verbal direction to Monsieur Bourgon to bring back information on that. I think if everybody's comfortable with giving that verbal direction, we're everybody okay giving the verbal direction to Monsieur Bourgon to bring options for that location? Monsieur Bourgon?
I just want to make sure it's the intersection of Settlement Lane and York Crossing.
Correct. There's a four-way stop there now. But like me and you talked about it, Mr. Bourgon, I think that there's a lot of rolling stops there. There's a lot of, going right through. There's a lot of speeding through that area as well. So maybe it's speed humps as you're coming closer to each one of the stop signs going east-west. It's not the north-south. That's the issue. It's not the Settlement Lane issue. It's the York Crossing. But that stop sign is very, very heavily utilized by not only the local traffic but the construction traffic. So
for me the direction is clear to bring back more information for that segment of road.
Okay.
Thank you.
Perfect. Same type. I'd asked earlier in regards to when you bring back a resolution in regards to presenting something to the county level. I think members of council were in agreement to have a look at the Craig Street going west from the Tim Hortons. Because it is a county road, we're just asking the counties to evaluate that section to see what can possibly be done. Everybody's good with that? So we're good with that? Okay, so now we have the one amendment, Conseiller Lorrain.
Sorry, one last thing before we get off this topic, and I know it's not part of this report, but it's just probably a good thing to ask is, do you have an estimated time when we're going to get the community safety zone signs up around town?
I believe they've already started, but Monsieur Bourgon?
Yes, so we did start in Limoges. Right now, our full crew are busy on the paving project. So there's a pause for manpower to install the sign, which will resume in the next week. So then, and we're also waiting on some locates to move more in Embrun. But yeah, it will be within the next month.
So good news stories. So it's a
Yes.
good thing. Thank you.
Definitely. All right. Other questions, comments? All right. Hearing none. So we have the amendment is passed. So we're going to vote on it as amended. So I need call for the vote.
Michael Ternosky, yes.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Sosa, yes.
Perfect. It is carried. Next item is item I, which was the water restriction report. ISWATWW04 2021. Need a mover and a seconder to put it on the table, please. Moved by Councillor Ternosky, seconded by Conseiller Brisson. Questions, comments? None. Okay. I will suggest perhaps an amendment, and I'll ask for thoughts from members of council. So to be clear, I'm not in favor of the bylaw as written, but I do love the educational piece. So I'm thinking that we make some wording changes, that we approve the promotion of the plan presented in report ISWATWW04 2021, and direct staff to come back with a communication plan for reducing water consumption during the months of June, July, and August. I think it's just promotion, but Councillor Laurent?
Yeah, I know. I fully support that, and I think that it's important. Maybe it's one of those things where you come out with, we recommend that everybody only waters on their even number, odd number house days as a recommendation and as a best practice, but it's not necessarily a restriction. And I'm sure that at least that'll have some people thinking about it and making, wise decisions with their water consumption, understanding that they have to pay for their water, and maybe it does bring a reduction in our consumption, which is exactly what we want, without imposing restrictions on the users of the water system. So I think that I would fully support that.
Okay, Conseiller Ternosky, and then Councillor Saucier.
So I'm in support again with the education, but my concern here is that we're kind of really walking a fine line between what is a recommendation and what becomes a bylaw. So if there's recommendations coming from township, best practices, you should do this and so on, at what point do neighbors start calling bylaw saying, hey, the neighbor is watering and it said that I shouldn't be watering on that day? So I think there is a danger when we start going down that line of requesting people to do certain things. So if it's done properly, I'll be all for it, but I'm concerned that it's going to cause more trouble than it's worth. And so I would just caution that. And maybe we should just take a bit of time and come back with something. If we want to do education, come back with something that is not going to cause chaos from a township operations perspective as well, and so on. So that would just be my recommendation.
Yeah, well, that's why I recommended the wording that I said. We're not approving the bylaw, we're approving the promotion of the plan presented in the report, and we're giving direction to staff to come back with a communication plan. So it doesn't actually become a bylaw. Councillor Saucier.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with it not being a bylaw, but I'll just use the example. Recently, we just had a water ban on, and we did have a water ban on, and there was very important reason for not doing it. And many residents were just ignoring it and frivolously, washing their driveway, had hoses on, one guy had it over his rain barrel, which didn't make sense to me. But I mean, sometimes you really do, if we go into a higher level drought, these are things we have to consider, because last summer we did this. We did put the restrictions on every second day. People were used to it and people abided by it. I think it was quite successful. You'd see the sprinklers on those off days. So it's just something to think about if we get into a real serious drought, and we're seeing more and more of this with climate change and what have you. But I mean, I'm okay with saying it's a recommendation, and we're gonna do an educational component as well, because like I say, it's wise, it's water wise, it's water wise usage. So I think we need to set an example also as a township. And yeah, so, but I'm okay with amending it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Associé. And just to point out again, whether we're in a drought condition or not, if people are conserving water or not, will make absolutely no difference on the residents who find themselves in that drought position, because our water system is not connected to the groundwater. It's coming from the City of Ottawa.
It's
Conseil
coming from rivers, so it is coming from rivers, so.
Yeah, just the one comment is, under what Councillor Associé just said, right at the beginning where she mentioned the water break in Ottawa and what that is already in the bylaw for water restriction, and we put that restriction in place. So that doesn't change any emergency requirements to shut down the water or to restrict the water system. Like, that is already in place. This was specifically all I'm talking about right now is the restriction from June 1st to August 31st on alternate days. That's the only piece that we're talking about in this, right? Like, we're not talking about any other measures, because I didn't see any other track changes in the bylaw. So I just want to make sure that I'm clear as to what we were talking about.
Yeah, and I think there might need to be clarification, and this might have to come back to the table in the sense that, correct me if I'm wrong, Monsieur Leduc or Monsieur Bourgon, even if this bylaw or this change is turned down to go from odd and even days, you still have the capacity to put a ban in place just because you feel it needs to be there, correct?
Yes, that's correct. The current bylaw gives me the authority to implement those type of restriction or ban if we feel that it's appropriate.
So I think maybe what we should do is, I think Monsieur Bourgon understands the feeling of the majority of council, but I think this bylaw should be coming back to us to make changes to take that aspect of the bylaw out, but we can still promote this plan, if you will. So I'm looking for direction from council members. Like I say, I'm okay with the promotion part, but not the ideology part when there's actually no impact for our residents. Monsieur Leduc.
So, Mr. Mayor, the report does indicate that the EAC was in agreement with the amendments. So in this case, if council votes it down, which is fully in right to do so, maybe you should refer back to the EAC regarding the educational piece, because that's part of their mandate to look at the educational piece. So I think the administration should go back and validate the intended communication plan. So maybe either to have it reviewed or suggest more suggestions from the EAC to help Mr. Bourgon and his team to develop that.
Okay, good point, Monsieur Leduc. Thank you. Monsieur Conseiller Brisson, Conseiller Lorrain, and Councillor Associé. C'est correct, Conseiller Brisson. Ah, no. You're having technical difficulties, Conseiller Brisson. Your mic is on, but we can't hear you at all. So keep trying, and we'll pass it on to Conseiller Lorrain and Councillor Associé.
Yeah, maybe I'll just make the amendment that we defer this for now, push it back to the environmental committee and ask them to look over a communication plan and refer back to the administration to bring it back to council.
Okay, so you're moving that, you're putting an amendment forward that this be deferred until such time as the EAC can provide a communication plan, correct? And then report back to council. Well,
the EAC would I don't know how, like, they would work with that communication plan, but then they work with staff, and then staff would come back with the report on the bylaw.
Right.
So that's what I'm asking.
Okay. So that it be deferred to the EAC and to work in conjunction with the to provide feedback to the Director of Infrastructure Services so he can bring forward a report to council.
There you go.
Okay, so we have a mover for that. Do we have a seconder for that amendment? Seconded by Councillor Saucier. Okay, questions on the amendment?
I just had one to add to that. We have been at the EAC working on water saving tips, and you know, one of the things that we want to bring forward is that we do possibly have things even on our website or an environmental section where people can go and see what can I do to save water. And so we have been working on that. So I will bring that back after at the August meeting.
Okay, thank you. Any other further comments on the amendment of Conseiller Lorrain? Before we vote on the amendment, Monsieur Leduc, Monsieur Bourgon, that clause in the bylaw where the Director of Infrastructure Services can simply, at his discretion, impose a water ban. I think that based on the comments of council, that's not something we necessarily want in the bylaw. Obviously, if there's a sound reason for it, 100%, but not just from a conservation point of view. So do we need to give you direction to bring that bylaw back with that change? Monsieur Bourgon, thoughts on that? Not that I want to take power away from you, Monsieur Bourgon, but I think council is pretty clear where they stand.
And the way it's been used in the past, or if we implement restriction, it was always when there's either mechanical reason or breakage, or there's a reason in our system that we did implement restriction or ban in the past. Yeah. So it was never put in place just for the conservation aspect.
Right.
And so that was the reasoning behind having this item in our business plan and to bring forward that modification in the bylaw tonight. It was to add that conservation piece to the wording.
Understood. Yeah, I think that it's great that it hasn't been the case under your tutelage, but if ever in the future we have different people that are in positions, and at the time council might change their positions as well. But I think that the position of council tonight is that we don't want to see that aspect of it, but I'm comfortable, whatever council is comfortable with. We have a mover and a seconder on the amendment to simply defer this and have it come back at a later date.
I don't have the seconder, Mr. Mayor.
Seconder was Councillor Saucier.
Thank you.
So moved and seconded. So questions or Councillor Lorrain?
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, I mean, if we need to make any adjustments when it comes back whenever it does come back in probably September timeframe to what you were just talking about, we can make that amendment then. We don't need to make it now. So.
Yeah, my only thought process is on that is that what's going to come back will be a report on the communication plan, not the bylaw itself, because we've said we don't want to include it at the bylaw. So the bylaw is not coming back. That's my interpretation. Monsieur Leduc, Monsieur Bourgon, is that your interpretation as well?
The bylaw is not coming back right now, no. And
okay.
I will certainly ask Mr. Bourgon to inquire about our legal obligations regarding the legislation, because there might be some restrictions there as far as when you need to act emergently. What's the power to staff? Because that would be something I'm concerned with. So unless you call a special meeting of council, but I mean, sometimes you have no options here, and you have to act on it. So I think we'd have to look into that before. So right now, we're not planning to bring this bylaw back. Like Councillor Lorrain suggests, maybe that's the decision to have whenever it's brought back. Yeah. But I'll certainly ask Mr. Bourgon to inquire about his legal authority about legislation regarding those circumstances.
Yeah, I think there's two similar sections, 10.1 and 10.3. 10.3 seems to be the area of concern for me, but yeah, we can definitely deal with it later on. I'm fine with that. So we have the motion to defer. I'll call for the vote.
Mike Ternowski, yes.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Sosa, yes.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Next item is item J, which was the request from Villa Sainte-Thérèse. I need a mover and a seconder to put on the table, please. moved by Conseiller Lorrain, seconded by Councillor Tarnowski. This one we need to give direction. So if somebody wants to say yay or nay, give that direction. We'll put it as the amendment. Councillor Lorrain?
Yeah, I'll make the recommendation that we approve the request and the funds be found in the operational budget.
Okay, so I have a
As
mover.
suggested.
I have a mover for that. Do we have a seconder? Seconded by Conseiller Brisson. Questions on the amendment? If there's no questions, I'll call for the vote on the amendment.
Mike Tarnowski, yes.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Sosa, yes.
Thank you. I'll call for the vote as amended.
Michael Tarnowski, oui.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Sosa, yes.
Perfect. Item is carried. Thank you very much. Next item is item S, which was the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee recommendation 2021-04 for Nokomis Park. So I need a mover and a seconder to put on the table. Moved by Councillor Tarnowski, seconded by Conseiller Brisson. Questions, comments, amendments? Continue the conversation. Where are we? Councillor Tarnowski.
I'd like to propose that that we give direction to staff to investigate taking over the park and see where that can go in terms of discussion. So withdraw, I guess, guide me on this here, but.
So I think if the will of council is to give direction to staff, we can give verbal direction to staff, Monsieur Leduc, to report back at a later date, but this motion we can just vote down this evening.
Mm-hmm.
So if we want to give direction to the staff to investigate the possible ownership of that park and to report back to council, then we just have to say so. So you're proposing that direction, Councillor Tarnowski?
Yes, I'd like to.
Conseiller Brisson, you're supporting that?
Oui.
Okay, so any conversation on that?
Yeah. Is this we're giving verbal direction, but not just for the ownership, that the staff cannot they just look at what they can do, or if it's only at the ownership?
Well, at this point in time, if we're going to vote this down, okay, let's do this differently. Let's deal with this resolution as it stands, and then we'll suspend the rules of procedure at number 18 to add that as a council member item, and then we can address that, give that direction to staff, so there'll be clear direction and we won't muddy the waters, if you will. So we have a mover and a seconder on what's on the table. So Councillor Brisson, you were saying something?
Yeah. Ou si tu veux qu'on leur word comme quoi qu'on regarde s'il y a une alternative non dispendieuse, ça pourrait-tu être wordé comme ça pour régler le problème?
Le problème, c'est qu'on a eu du staff de South Nation puis de la municipalité that already had a look. So I'm not sure where you want to go with that.
C'est à savoir qu'ils regardent l'option que s'ils font rien qu'en mettre un peu de justement de DOS, ça marcherait. C'est quoi? Comment que vous voulez le worder?
And that's the other thing. We have a recommendation from a committee. Now we're talking about changing the whole entirety of what that recommendation from the committee was. So I have a little bit of issues with that sense, is that when it's recommendations from staff, it's one thing, but changing committee recommendations is a little trickier.
Okay. Write it down encore.
Councillor Tarnowski?
Yeah, so I agree with you in the sense that this came from a committee.
Yeah.
Perhaps we can table it in the sense that Monsieur Leduc did mention that it wasn't clear enough, and so perhaps we can take this offline, just get a little more guidance in terms of clarifying that, and we can bring it back to the PRAC and look at proposing something a little more clearly. I would be open to that. So by tabling it.
Well, tabling it means you're tabling it indefinitely. So what I would say is defer it back to the committee for a clear recommendation, and you guys can continue that conversation there.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah,
so
that'd be great.
Okay, so moved by Councillor Tarnowski that this motion be deferred back to the PRAC committee in order to get a clear recommendation from the committee. Seconded by Conseil Brisson. Okay, questions on that? Hearing none, calling for the vote.
Mike Tarnowski, yes.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Sosa, yes.
Okay, so the item has been deferred and we'll deal with it when it comes back. Next item, oh, that was it for the resolutions. So now we fall to the bylaws. Motion that council approves bylaws 2021-56 to 2021-57 and 2021-62 to 2021-68 inclusively for first, second, third reading as listed on the agenda. Y a-t-il quelque chose faut qu'on sorte, Madame Camille Laflamme, or everything's still good? I think everything is good.
There was the bylaw for the water.
Rates, wastewater and wastewater rates has to be removed. So we'll put it on the table and we will remove 2021-67. So I need a mover and a seconder to put them on the table. Moved by Councillor Tarnowski, seconded by Conseil Brisson. Mover and seconder to remove that one item. Conseil Brisson, Conseil Tarnowski, all in favor of removing that one item?
Mike Tarnowski, yes.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Sosa, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And now we'll vote on everything else.
Mike Tarnowski, oui.
André, oui.
Jamie?
I think he's looking for his button.
Sorry, yes.
Cindy Sosa, yes.
Parfait. Carried. Thank you very much. Prochain item, 17, rapport d'affaires nouveau. Il n'y a pas. Item 18. We have a few items. The first item, half load. I had an email request from Embrun Co-op in regards to half loads roads. Notre Dame Street from the co-op all the way to Four Corners. They're asking if it's possible to take off the half load. At the county level in the last few years, a lot of roads were exempt from the half load requirement. Nobody had made that request in the past, so it was not done at the county level, but now the co-op is coming forward. So we would just, if we're in favor of doing so, we would just have to send a resolution to the county council that we'd like to have that section exempt from the half loads. Monsieur Bourgon, you were copied on that half load request. Any issues from a municipal point of view?
Well, municipal point of view, our infrastructure or all the municipal roads would not be affected by that that request. So obviously, if it would be in regards of all municipal road, I would recommend council not to proceed with such a change. But in this case, we are talking about UCPR road network, and I know that a few years ago, several of their road system was exempt from half load.
Okay, perfect. So we can, if everybody's in agreement with that, we can just give direction to Monsieur Bourgon, send an email to the UCPR indicating the wish of council. If they push that they want an actual resolution, then you can bring it back to council, but I don't think just an email direction should be fine. So I'll just ask members of council are okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. The next item was item B, Councillor Tarnowski, Sutherland Park.
Yes, so this is a request as a result of a park naming request that came through for a naming for Sutherland Park. We would just ask council to give direction to Madame Guittard to do some fact checking around the name, so that the PRAC committee can be comfortable in making that recommendation.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Tarnowski. Is there anything specific you're looking for? Just confirmation that the land was owned by the Sutherland family?
Yeah, just to do a little due diligence back check to make sure that that nothing comes up that that perhaps we're not aware of, or just to make sure that the committee wanted to feel comfortable that it wasn't just based on a request, but that we had done our the township had done its due diligence in terms of reviewing the name and being comfortable with that recommendation.
Okay, I see hands going up. Councillor Brisson, Conseiller Lorrain, and Councillor Saucier.
Yeah, because it was one ex-policeman that just said that if it was a kind of a procedure that we should have, just having a small check in different site, I would say, whether it's Facebook or thing like that, just making sure that the name is clear before giving it to a park, and saying that we did due diligence by checking out a few places for any names that were kind of protected if something happened. That's the way I see it.
Okay, okay, Councillor Lorrain.
I think I'm probably where you are, Mr. Mayor. Are we naming it after an individual, or are we naming it after a family? And if we're naming it after the family name, then how far back do we go? I mean, let's call a spade a spade. It probably comes out of the diversity type of thing, where we talked about Russell Township and Village and all that stuff. And so I just want to make sure that we understand, or that staff know what direction we're actually giving.
Yeah.
Are we looking at the one person? Are we looking at everyone with that last name that has ever lived, or is it just that family tree that you're looking for? I guess it's more of a, who are we looking at?
So the request I put forward was for the Sutherland family who own that land over the last, I don't know, 100 years or whatever. Similar to what we did with the Carskadden Bridge. It wasn't named after an individual Carskadden. It was named after the family. So, I understand the hesitation, if you will. But, we've changed parks in the last year on a family name, not an individual name, and we didn't go through this process either. So, Councillor Saucier?
Yeah, well, if I can just give a little history, was Mrs. Walsh, she and her husband owned all of that land, lived on that property, and after her husband passed, she was approached to sell the land, which she did. Initially, she was very adamant about having a long-term care facility, and I know this came up at council a long time ago. And so I think it's really appropriate to name it after which is her maiden name, which was Sutherland, and to name it after her because she sold the land and that was all their land. So that development there is thanks to her, and she's still living in Russell. And I think that like we said before, it's kind of nice to do these things when people are still living. She's getting up there in years. I think late 80s, maybe even older, 90s, and 90s. So that's my history of the
just again, clarification, Councillor Saucier. It's not after the individual. It's just the fact
the family.
Of the family owned. There was Sutherlands that owned that property. They were one of the original families in the area, so we're just looking at recognizing that. Similar to a lot of other parks that we have are named after original families. So,
right. Yeah.
Okay. Other questions? Councillor Tarnowski?
So again, it's just a question of due diligence. As Councillor Brisson mentioned, one of our members is a retired member of the RCMP, and if he felt that you would be more comfortable in making the recommendation, having a little bit more background, and the background could be simply just to go to the historical society, talk to them, and just get the background so that every member of the PRAC committee, because we have a lot of newer residents that are part of that committee, understand what the request is and how it relates to the history and the roots of the community. It's nothing more than that. It's just a procedural request, and again, because the committee can't give direction to staff, we're asking council to give that direction, just to have a little blurb, just to have that comfort in making that recommendation. I think moving forward, that will be in reviewing the park naming policy, will be to add something where this is part of a process where there is a rationale that's presented to the PRAC when we do want to name a park, so that they have that information right away, rather than just a request to name a park without a lot of background information.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Tanas. Madame Guital, the information I had shared with you, was that shared with the committee? In regards to the history of the Sutherland, why the request came in, or did I shared it either with the chair, or was that presented at the committee at all?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. No, I don't recall seeing that information.
Okay, so I'll reshare that information with you. You can. It was put together by a member of the Historical Society, so you'll have a little bit of background information with that. At the end of the day, the committee is only making recommendations. Council can just, like we've done in the past, in the last few parks, we've just said yes, this is the name of the park, and go that route. But okay, thank you very much, Councillor. So you're looking for direction to for Madame Guital. Madame Guital.
Well, I just have a comment. As a park and recreation director, don't get me wrong, I don't have any archivist skills. So when you're saying that I need to be due diligent, and we're talking about a family, so I'm not sure how many family members were part of that family. So, you know, I'm kind of I'm getting scared a bit of this, because how many people am I talking about, and how many people do I have to search on, and how far do I have to make my research? This is what I'm asking here.
I think realistically, if the committee is not able to make a recommendation with the basic information, or it could just recommend to council that they're not comfortable doing it, and the decision comes to council either way. I know based on the information I've seen, I'm quite comfortable making that decision. If members of council are quite comfortable with making that decision, then the decision can just be made, and we can, get the committee's planning on reviewing the park's naming policy. They can review it, but, it's Conseil Brisson.
Yeah, as I did mention, I have no problem with this name. It was more with the procedural. I think that he had a problem. So I have even no problem if we want to name it right away. It's up to the other member of the council. Okay,
Monsieur Leduc.
I'd like to ask council if they're considering any OPP files or court cases or court files, because I think that's where the concern lies. Has somebody been charged for something? The criminal record check, and that's the case. The person has to authorize that verification. So I think historically is one thing, but is that what council or the committee is concerned with? If it's a criminal action, criminal issues, that's the court files. Those are the OPP considerations, and that's a different thing. And Mrs. Kizar is quite right. I mean, we're not equipped to be doing those things. So depending where the concern is, it's only a matter of getting factual historical issue is one thing. We can do that. But if it's a concern to say, have there been any charges laid against somebody, or somebody, been to court and been convicted of something, well, then it's a different search.
Right. I think Councillor Lorraine had a good point at the beginning. It's, the fact that Russell name issue for Peter Russell has raised concerns, and that's probably where this is coming from. So, we can't expect to be doing background checks on every family member. Councillor Tarnowski?
So I'd like to also, I guess, apologize to you, Mr. Mayor, in the sense that the brief that I was referring to that we were looking for was actually sent to us, to all council members, through you back at the beginning of the month.
Right.
And so we did have access to it, but it wasn't part of our meeting package, and therefore that's why the questions came up. I'm pretty comfortable to say that with the information that's in that brief, we probably could have made a decision.
Okay, perfect.
So guilty for that.
Hey, no worries.
I was there too with that info.
Yeah, hey, it's not the end of the world, guys. It's not a big deal. But with that information, do we want to just make the decision, or do we want to send it back to the committee and provide it with that information again, just so it can come back? I think Councillor Associé had a good point. You know, Madame is, I think she's 95. It's nice to recognize something while they're still alive. You know, you know, I wouldn't want to push this back a few months only to find out that something happened. Councillor Associé?
Yeah, well, I mean, you brought it up at the last meeting and you did give a background when you presented it. So, I mean, I thought it was pretty well explained at the time what the intent was for and I mean, it's just naming a park. And like every person that we've named a park after, you know, like we've got Malbooth tennis court, we've got Pico Park, we've got are we doing background checks on all these people? Like, I mean, really? I just, no, I think, you know, like, it's, you know, if they're an outstanding citizen in our community, you know, I think that should be enough.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lorrain, and then we'll move this along.
Yeah, no, it was just saying, you know, I think both the chair and both council members sitting on that committee just mentioned they had the information. Had they thought about it when they, you know, at the meeting, they would have been able to provide it then. It was just, I guess, that much of background that the mayor was asking, or that the mayor gave last time to us. So had they just presented that, then they would have moved forward anyway. So it's not, I don't think, I guess it wasn't, maybe I jumped the gun there on the background check thing, but you know, I think at this point I'm comfortable with it, and I think that we can move forward on it.
Okay, perfect. So clarification, Madame Guittard, normally when we name a park, it's done through a resolution of council? Or is it just, I mean, realistically, this park won't be implemented until we take ownership, correct?
That's right. So basically, under my supervision, and we only named one park, which was the Parc Brisson. So the name came to the PRAC, and then we came back for recommendation to council, and council approved it. So this is how we approved that one.
Okay, so we can just bring a resolution at the next meeting. We don't necessarily have to go through PRAC. As discussed at the last council meeting, this resolution states this park will be named Sutherland Park. C'est-tu acceptable, Councillor Lorrain? You got a comment?
Does PRAC meet before the next council meeting?
C'est ça que je check.
I don't think so, no.
I think it's September.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're meeting in
August.
Yeah. It's after. So it's just, and I mean, it could be something simple, just put under the consent items. We're just going to push it through, and that's it. That's all. So, okay, thanks for raising it, Councillor Tarnowski. That way we don't have to push it back extra amount of time. Okay, item C. C was, yeah, Councillor Lorrain for the air brakes.
Yeah, so air brakes, engine brakes. So I know that I had communication with Monsieur Bourgon over the last few weeks or a couple of months, where a couple of residents had asked me about the information. I provided them the information, and now they're putting up signs of their own on the post in front of their house. So I think that, I don't know if there's a way to get bigger signs made and reinstall them in the locations that they're at now. And I've seen bigger signs as you come into the municipalities. They're really small. The other piece is, you know, is there any way to direct them outside of the village core I'm talking specifically Russell Village now, and I think there was a comment about that in one of the last meetings. One of the residents who lived beside the arena was talking about that, where she mentioned it to me in the during the campaign. But you know, is there a way to redirect them, whether it's Route 100, Route 200, Route 300? So that they don't come down the village core and they stay on the outskirts when they're coming in with whatever loads that they're bringing through. I don't know if that's a possibility. Maybe that fixes the engine brakes issue in the village core. So I'm just trying to look at something, or can we put a bylaw in place? And I know it's hard to enforce, but a lot of bylaws are hard to enforce. So, I know that I've seen signs, and I think they're more of US based, but it says no engine brakes under city ordinance. So I guess it would be under municipal bylaw. So I just think that holds a little bit more weight than just, no engine brakes, just having a small sign. So I'm just looking for something from council to, what can we do?
Monsieur Bourgon, what's our options?
Well, in terms of bylaw, I believe it was in 2019, Madame Bourdeau did brought forward a report to council explaining the different options regarding the bylaw versus just some courtesy signs. In terms of rerouting or to create a truck route around Russell, Route 200 was already put out of the equation. There's lots of construction going on right now in the village, so there's not too many options. Trucks needs to go to those construction sites. My office on Route 400, so I can tell council that it is heavily used to go around Russell right now. If a truck doesn't need to go inside Russell, they'll go around. It's hard for them to maneuver. So if they don't need to deliver any material inside the village, they'll go around it.
So this is really the traffic that is there is because there's a reason to be there.
I would say there's the major portion of the truck traffic in Russell right now. It's for a delivery of some sort.
Okay. Madame Bordeaux.
Yes. Initially, yes. The first point is that we don't want to divert the traffic and then send them in no truck routes, because we've had a lot more complaints about trucks driving in no truck routes than jake brakes. Like, I think we've had one complaint about air brakes this year. So I'm not sure if they complain to Monsieur Laurent and they don't complain to us, but we have no complaints. If we put a bylaw through, what most municipalities do is they do it through the noise bylaw, but then that means we have to sit there and wait and hopefully
catch somebody.
Wait until somebody uses them. And like I said, we haven't had complaints, so I don't know how long we're gonna sit there. If we pass it, I'm not sure how else we could pass it, but OPP can enforce it. But then if they enforce our bylaws, then we get charged for it.
Okay.
So if there's no complaints or barely any complaints.
And honestly, I have all the respect in the world for the OPP, but during this pandemic, they had problems enforcing their own provincial rules. I can't see them starting to enforce a bylaw for that.
Exactly.
At minimum, can we get bigger signs? I mean, that's a start. I mean, right now the signs you can't see them.
Monsieur
I think they're all on county roads.
No.
No?
Is there a specific sign you're referring to? Conseil Laurent, is there a specific sign somewhere you're referring to?
Well, there's one on North Russell Road, which I believe is our road. And Monsieur Bourgon has the list of, like, he provided me a list of all the locations. I think there's one also on South Russell Road coming in, which that would be, I believe, the county portion there. And then there's a couple more on the Embrun side. So, you know, maybe there's another one that needs to come in on, again, it's a county road, but it's on Craig Street coming into the municipality. Once you get towards the village area, it's just ensuring, you know, just something up there so that it's actual noticeable and not just a small sign about this big. Because right now and there's a lot of writing on it, so it's a small sign that looks busy and it's hard to read. I think the no engine brakes is, you know, a bigger sign on the same size of a speed sign. So that's what I'm more looking towards. And I think there's 4 or 6 locations in the municipality, Mr. Bourgon. So I don't think that would be outrageous from a cost perspective to get the bigger signs instead of the small signs that we have now. So I'm looking for support to get the bigger signs made. If we're not going to put a bylaw in, we can't redirect traffic. So.
What's going on?
I think the mayor was frozen. He's coming back in.
A bit like what happened to me. I had to go out and come back.
Or he just didn't like my request and threw in the towel.
It is raining pretty good outside here. Maybe there is a power failure or something. Perhaps we should take a break?
I was going to suggest maybe it's a sign to take a break.
I would second that. Let him get organized.
Or someone take over as mayor, like acting mayor.
Yeah, Joanne.
Can you guys hear me?
Can
you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, I'm going to keep my camera off just because I'm not on the best connection here. Sorry, last part I saw was Conseil Lorrain asking for bigger signs. I just made the comment that I support having bigger signs. Obviously, it is a little wordy because we can't simply say no engine brakes. There has to be the French equivalent on the sign. But thoughts from members of council, you guys okay with that?
Yeah, I'm in support of that.
Okay, Councillor Tanoski?
Yeah, I'll support.
So, Monsieur Bourgon regarde la possibilité de plus grosse enseigne. If ever you feel that there's a significant cost or something, you can always bring it back to council for discussion, but it's really an operational matter.
Yeah, I'm good with the direction.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item D, which was
Club Optimus.
Club Optimus, oui.
Yeah, c'est just mentioning that the Embrun and Russell Optimus Club, they did an event together. Ça s'appelle Explorer Embrun et Russell. It's from this June 17 to July the 1st, and you could visit their site on Facebook. It's just, it says that it's parcourir les trésors de nos deux communautés à pied, à vélo, en auto, comme vous voudrez. Puis des prix seront tirés au sort. It's on the site of that event. It's just that they're asking that you take a picture of yourself with that monument or things like that, that different thing in Bremen, Russell, whether it's Franco flag or things like that. Oups, feedback. Puis que là, que c'est envoyé sur leur site. Fait que c'est un tirage justement pour que le monde puisse faire des activités en famille pour découvrir certaines choses en Brun puis Russell.
OK, parfait. Merci beaucoup pour l'information. At this point in time, I mentioned that we'd have to suspend the rules of procedure to put this on the table to give direction to the staff to investigate Nakamas Park. So I need a mover and a seconder to add 18E, discussion on Nakamas Park. So do I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Tarnowski, seconded by Conseil Brisson. Call for the vote.
Mike Tarnowski, yes.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you. So we've suspended the rules of procedure to add this item. We'll now deal with E, Nakamas Park. So this is just looking for council to give direction to the administration to investigate the pros and cons, if you will, of ownership of Nakamas Park if ever we want to go there. And once we have the pros and cons and we have that discussion, if council wishes to go there, then you can give me direction at that point in time. But that's pretty much it. Just looking if we're giving the direction to staff to investigate. Everybody's okay with that? Monsieur Leduc, I'm sure you have something to say.
Mr. Mayor, Members of Council, I just like to say that summer is coming. So, and it's probably here yesterday. And obviously council really, relieves its activities regarding council meetings. So we have lost schedule for August meeting. I wish that this could be deferred to a September meeting because I mean, there'll be hard people to find during the summertime. And also lots of items I need to be pushed for the August meeting. And this was not part of our business plan. So this could be, if this can be brought back more into September or, because right now, Mrs. Guitar's plate is quite full, to be honest.
Yeah. From my perspective, Monsieur Leduc, I have no issues in this September. I was seeing this as once we have pros and cons, then we'll have the discussion more at budget time. But I am completely fine with that. Questions, members of council? Conseiller Brisson?
C'est ça, je dis, il n'y a pas de rush non plus parce que à cet incite, la piste est belle, tout ça. Ça fait qu'avant l'hiver prochain, il n'y a pas de rush.
Okay, perfect. So sometime in September, or worst case at the discussions in October for budget, we'll have those conversations. Merci beaucoup, everybody. So yeah, confirm. I saw heads nodding. Everybody's okay with that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, parfait. Merci beaucoup. We go on to the next item is item 19, public consultations. We have none. Item 20, pursuant to section 239, or motion to move into closed session at the hour of 9:52 p.m. to address matters pertaining to section 239 in the Municipal Act 2001, SO 2001, chapter 25, to consider matters relating to 1, just clarification, Madame Camré-Laflamme, item 1, this was already approved, correct? Or are we talking about a different bridge? This was already approved, so Monsieur Leduc?
You're correct, Mr. Mayor. This was approved. So unless council wants to further discuss the issue in closed session, we don't need to go back.
Okay, so I'll put it on the table, then we'll remove that item. So item 1. Item 2, information explicitly supplied in confidence to the municipality, report CS04 2021. Item 3, transfer of land in Emram, verbal report under section 2C, and 4, the closed session minutes of the regular council meeting dated May 17th and June 7th. Need a mover and a seconder to put on the table. Moved by Councillor Lorrain, seconded by Councillor Brisson. Need a mover and a seconder to strike item 1. Moved by Councillor Tarnowski, seconded by Conseiller Brisson. All in favor of striking number 1?
Mike Tarnowski, yes.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Sosa, yes.
Perfect. Item 1 is carried. So now all in favor to go closed session to discuss items 2, 3, and 4.
Mike Tarnowski, yes.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Perfect. So we are going into closed session, so we'll see you in a few minutes.
Can we 5 minutes?
Yep.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We are now out of closed session. It is 10:38 p.m. I'll ask Madame Camré Laflamme to report out of closed session, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so the first item we didn't deal with, this was removed. So item number 2, council was briefed on the subject and we'll have a motion for council's consideration in a minute. For number 3, council was briefed on the subject and gave our direction to staff on how to proceed. And number 4, the 2 closed session minutes of May 17 and June 7th were approved as presented.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Madame Camré Laflamme. So now we'll go with the motion.
Okay, the motion reads that council receives report CS-04-2021 dated June 21st, 2021 and approves the recommendation as indicated in the report.
Perfect. Need a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Conseiller Lorrain, seconded by Conseiller Brisson. Any questions? Hearing none. Call for the vote.
Mike Tronoski, yes.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Sosa, yes.
Perfect. Item is passed. Thank you. With that, we're moving on to confirming bylaw. That bylaw 2021 number
069.
069 being the bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation and Township of Russell at its regular council meeting held on June 21st, 2021. Be ready first, second, and third time and passed. Need a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Conseiller Lorrain, second by Councillor Tronoski. All in favor?
Mike Tronoski, yes.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Sosa, yes.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Our next regular meeting of council will be held on Monday, August 9th, 2021. Hopefully there's no excuse to meet before that. As much as I like you guys, we're going to take a break for the summer. So thank you very much, everyone. And we are adjourned at 10:40 p.m. Have a safe and fun summer as much as we can.
Safe and fun summer to all. Cheers. Merci.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Merci.
Bye.